Okay, Shannon, put us back on the record.
We're on right now, Lee. Just so you guys know, we're on.
No, we don't have plaintiff's counsel yet, so I guess we can't start.
He's in the other room. You want me to run over and poke him?
Yeah, go rattle his chair.
Give me 2 seconds, Judge.
I have rebooted my computer and contacted their IT people, and so hopefully we've corrected my problem.
Yeah. All right, my dear. All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Well, we'll have to kind of hang.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
Oh, no.
All right, there's Mr. McCann. As soon as he's in, we'll get rolling.
Perfect.
All right, should I go? Ready, Your Honor?
Not quite. We're waiting for his audio connection. Okay, looks like everybody's in. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Thanks, Your Honor. Mr. Deneen, a minute ago we were talking about the party, and you indicated, I believe, that the bogus, that you voted to have it be for 216, but in fact, you voted to pay for the party that was going to be held in 2017, right? Because you don't have them every year.
Sorry, can you rephrase that? What? Can you give me some?
You indicated that the bogey payment, in February of 2016, you met and decided to use the bogey payments for a party.
Incorrect.
Okay, well, let me pull out the silent rebate.
Yes, sir.
And that party was for the party in 2017, not 2016. It's a little minor thing, but
60.
well, let's pull it up then. What number was that? That was since I rebooted, I gotta get my things back up, I guess.
Because this was 2016 one.
I'm sorry, this is a I don't think it is.
Or rebates. Yeah.
What number was it? 8?
Yeah.
Okay. That's on the screen. Back to the screen. Sorry about that. So this is the 2016 minutes that I think your counsel just talked to you on. Where exactly?
It's on 3.
Oh yeah, we're down at 3. And let me enlarge those a bit. And my issue simply was that we were going to spend this. Okay, let me find it.
Towards the
Christmas party. Okay, for the next year. Okay, you don't have Christmas parties every year, correct, Mr. Deneen?
Practice was every other year, yes.
Yeah, and so you had, this was for the Christmas party that you were going to have in the next year, which is 2017, because this was in 2016.
It could be. I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Okay, well, then there was some discussion, about how to come up with the amount that you were due. Have you ever done the formula to figure out how much you believe you were entitled to for the unpaid 2015 and 2016 rebates?
Yes, I have.
Okay, now that's based on purchases, correct?
No, it's based on discovery from bond.
Well, didn't you testify a minute ago that the vendor rebates are based on purchases?
Yes, they are.
So do you have purchase information?
I do not.
Okay. So then how do you come up with rebates?
Are you asking how I came up with the dollar amount?
I want to know, yeah, you're a plaintiff and you're suing my client, and I would like to know how you came up with them. You apparently you didn't call the vendors, correct? Or did you call the vendors?
I did not, no.
You don't have purchase information, correct?
Correct.
So, and you testified earlier that rebates were based on purchases.
Correct.
And so if it's based on purchases and you don't have any information on purchases, then how do you calculate the amount that you believe is Owen doing to you?
Okay, that was, it was done this way, Mr. Miller. We were given the letter of offer in December.
Okay, let me, you want me to pull that up? Are you going to be referring to it?
I am not, no.
Okay, so that was, okay. That would be 19, but go ahead.
I believe that was 16.
It's Exhibit 19.
Okay, I
Sorry about that, Mike.
thought you were referring to the year.
Okay, yeah, but you are correct. It was December in 2016.
So if you recall from our previous discussion before we went to lunch, we had asked for the books to be open so we could review it to see if that dollar amount was correct. Michigan Pipe Company would not allow us to review the books. At that time, we asked for a third party, an independent, to possibly review the books. That was declined as well. Then Mr. McCann became my counsel, and we asked for documents through discovery to find out what they were. And I believe that was in, I don't remember the exact year, possibly 17. It was not until we had the documents released to us from bond company that we found emails and documents between Justin Jaime and Tina Heap showing the calculations for all the rebates and what were owed.
Okay, now, do you have a copy? Has your counsel provided you the copy of the exhibits that you have submitted to this court?
I don't have them in front of me. The book is in front of counsel.
Okay, then will you show me what you're referring to? I'd like you to walk me through how we can calculate what you believe you are owed.
Okay. We need to, it's the best way to do this is
Give me a
to,
number, I can put it on the screen.
I need to get my spreadsheet that has all the calculations and all the exhibits that are next to them to show you that. Can you give me 2 minutes to please pull that together?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I step away for a minute?
Certainly.
Thank you.
You want to keep this for a minute?
Okay. Sorry, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
If we could please share the screen of the rebates calculations that we came up with.
Okay, Well, is this something that's not an exhibit that we agreed to, but one that's private, that you're introducing separately?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's just to help them compute the amounts, but they're all based on figures that were pulled from exhibits.
Okay.
Can you see that, Mr. Miller?
Not, I'm 65, Mr. Deneen, and if you can make it a little bigger, I'd appreciate it.
Hold on.
Okay, I can see that good, thank you. So Flint, it would be you, it's a rebates owed. So original amount, 144. Where did you get 144 from?
If you could please open Exhibit 20, page 6.
So, okay, that's Lansing. Are you sure it's 20?
Exhibit 20, page 6. It's up on the screen, Bob.
Okay, well, I want to find it in my documents so I can.
Don't take that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So that is now this is a document that was forwarded to you by Keeney Heat from Tom Basil when we offered that settlement. Is that correct?
It may be part of that.
Well, I don't want. Let's go to what this is. This is a different. No, we haven't discussed this. This is a direct letter from you from Tom Basil, and we haven't discussed this yet. The judge ruled that the one from Keeney Heat could get in. This is a new offer from Tom Basil, correct? This is an offer you received in February of 2017.
Some of the calculations are yes.
Okay.
Can we go to the title page so we can get exactly what it is, please?
Well, the beginning, it just says it's a February 16th. It's Heat, exhibit number F, Bond and Company. It's a letter to Tom Basil from Christina Heat.
Okay.
It's dated February 2017.
So this was not sent to me. This was a letter
You never
between.
got it. Okay. I'm sorry then, my confusion. So you're taking information exchanged internally between the CPA and the lawyer, and then you are taking that number and going with it. And that number is 144,830 on the top right of that chart. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what went into coming up to 144,830.47?
Well, it is a combination of the original offer, which was 123,955, which was the offer that was originally sent to me at last December of 16, and then it's additional rebates that were added to it after the fact.
And then, do you know what rebate does this include? Any of the annual rebates from 2015?
I do not know.
Okay, does it include quarterly rebates from 2016?
I believe it does.
Does it include annual rebates from 2016?
I believe it does.
Okay, does it include any bogus or silent rebates?
It does not.
How do you know that?
Because those are brought up on Exhibit 25, is where the bogey and silent rebates are discussed. And that dollar amount is added after this dollar amount here that was presented on this form.
Okay, so, whoops. So on Exhibit 25, you have another exhibit that was a part of the Heat deposition. And it says under, this is fourth quarter 2016, right?
I don't have Exhibit 25 in front of me.
Okay. Okay, let's get it because I want the court to see it. 25. So this is an exhibit that was never sent to you, but you got from the accountant, that sheet that the accountant compiled for the company somehow?
Yes,
Do you know any facts of when or why this was prepared?
I do not.
Okay, and it's hard to read in mine. I'll try to zoom it up to see if we can see it.
I can't see it at all, Mr. Miller. You're just showing me your document page of list of exhibits.
Okay. That's still all you see?
Was your screen shared?
Oh, my shoot. Hold on, give me a break. Let me get back into it. I'll get out and get back into it. Is that better, Mr. Deneen?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what are we talking about here? Can you direct me to the numbers that you're referring to?
It is. So if you look, it's kind of hard to read it here the way you have it. If you look at that, oh, hold on, sir.
Okay.
You see the column that's labeled bogey SE? That is the bogey rebate that was given the fourth quarter of 2016 to a total of $52,730.18.
Now, what made up that bogey? Do you know?
If you can look over to the left a little bit,
I'm getting there.
you can see the vendors and then the amount of money for each one that was from them towards the bogey.
Now, you testified under a minute ago, and you testified a couple times that bogeys or that the rebates are become due when you pay your invoice for the purchase, correct? That you do a purchase agreement for product, then when you pay for it, then you have accrued your right to rebate money.
Yes, sir.
Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
So, is it your testimony right now that bogey, at the end of the year, they get this bogey money, that was based on, that accrued when you paid an invoice?
What I'm saying here, Mr. Miller, is that money was a bonus above and beyond. So at the beginning of the year, we talked earlier, Embassy would set up a rebate program with a national vendor. And then if we exceeded the sales with that vendor, then there was additional rebate money that was provided. So I am arguing that our sales for the first half of 2016 definitely played a role into earning that bogey rebate.
You sued my client for a breach of contract based on the fact that when you purchase goods, you're entitled to a rebate. Now we have these bogey and silent rebates that come at the end of the year that are not contractual, that are just based on extra rebate money that the company decides to give. Because you don't know Embassy's formula for this, do you, or do you?
Well, my recollection from Embassy is they would take a vendor and set a dollar value of that year for sales, however many millions of dollars that would be. And then there would be additional monies that could be earned if we bought more than that dollar value.
Now, when you say we here, are you talking about the shareholders of Embassy?
Correct.
So it's not really a personal thing with Michigan Pipe and its shareholders. We're talking about Embassy Group that has companies like Michigan Pipe Co. across the country, correct?
Yes.
And it's their buying group. If across the country as a whole reaches certain limits, then maybe there's going to be some more money that Embassy, in its own method, divides up amongst the shareholders of Embassy at the end of the year. Correct?
Mr. Miller, if you could rephrase that, I'm sorry. It's went around a couple
I'm
different
trying to
points.
understand your testimony because I understand the quarterly and the annual. Those are based on your purchases.
Okay.
And so you make a purchase, you order product, and then when you pay for it, your position is at that point in time, upon payment, you have an accrued interest in some rebate amount. Although you don't quite know what the rebate amount is yet, you just have an accrued right to some rebate. Now, you left in May or June of 16. At the end of the year, you have bogus and silent rebates that are not based on that same principle. You have no clue whether you're going to get as bogey or silent at the point in time in June. When you left, there was no guarantee that you're going to get a bogey rebate, and if you were, what it would be. This is just an end of the year thing that Embassy does based on its positions with its income with its at the end of the year. It does what any business does. It says, okay, how do we do this year? And at the end of the year, they have more money, and so they give it away to their shareholders. Is that not essentially what's happening?
No, I don't agree with that comment.
Okay, what do you say is happening?
I'm saying it was negotiated at the beginning of the year, Embassy with the vendors, that if they hit X amount of dollars, they'll receive this percentage of rebate. So if they, for example, they hit $1 million in sales, they'll get 3% rebate.
And when will Embassy know that they've hit that? When was at any given vendor of Embassy, at what point will they realize they hit that number?
You're talking about the original amount?
The bogey. They're going to look at it at year end, correct? They're going to wait until the year end happens, and then they're going to look to find out if they're entitled to any additional rebate money from the vendors, correct?
Yes.
So when you left in 2000 in June, there was no way of knowing. There's no accrued right to bogey because you didn't even know you were going to get one, if at all. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And the same goes for silence. Silence even worse than not worse. Excuse my vernacular. Silence even less informative than bogey because you don't even know why you're getting silence. They just decide to distribute money to its shareholders. Is that a fair statement?
I don't think that's a complete picture, Mr. Miller.
Well, I know, but that's why I'm doing a weird way of asking questions. So thank you for bearing with me. What is the correct way to describe a silent rebate?
Well, the silent rebate is based on additional sales above and beyond the rebate and the bogey. It's for getting to whatever level that they have secretly gained or acknowledged with that vendor. So it's a rebate that the members are not aware of, but it's our sales that would grow to get to that level to gain that silent rebate.
But it's your sales along with sales for Embassy shareholders across the nation, correct?
Correct.
So to try to indicate that your sales played a part in what that is, it seems remarkable to me. Do you have any information from Embassy other than what we've looked at Exhibit 11 in the contract? Is there anything from Embassy that supports what you're telling me today, right now?
I do not have anything with me from Embassy. No.
So are these commitments that you say exist, are they contained in the Embassy agreement?
I would have to double check. I'm not aware of that.
I'll put it up. If you don't have it in front of you, I can put it on the screen. Are you still with counsel?
He's in another room. I'm by myself.
It would be easier for you to have a hard copy, but I will scroll this down for you as we go and make sure you get a chance to read it because this is kind of a big deal. Now, just tell me when you're done because the question is, I want you to tell me whether this agreement contains anything about bogey or silent rebates.
Mr. Miller, all I can see is your computer screen listing all the different exhibits. I cannot see the exhibit.
I'm learning, Mr. Deneen. And so I'm getting there, okay? How's that? Is that better?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. Well, tell me when you want me to scroll. And what we're looking for, I mean, you're the one that negotiated and signed this agreement, so. But I appreciate that it's been a few years.
You can scroll. 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 Can you scroll down a little, please?
Okay.
Please scroll. Please scroll. Can you scroll down a few lines, please?
I'll have to get a whole paragraph.
Please scroll. 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 Okay, I've read it, sir.
That's your, and just as long as we're here, that's your signature, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, could you point out to me what part of that was dealing with silent rebates?
I believe if you go to section 7, paragraph A, it refers to patron rebates, which would refer to all rebates.
Okay, so there's nothing specific. They just they're phrased with patron rebates as all rebates, correct?
I do not know that.
Well, okay, let's get back to it then. I'm sorry I closed it out. I've not been good at this, so are you seeing it or not?
I am not.
Okay, then let me redo it. I think I have to do this twice. Okay, so what section?
I believe it was 7A.
Okay. And what part of this deals with silent or bogey as opposed to annual or quarterly?
I would say the whole thing does.
So this is a general paragraph dealing with all sorts of rebates.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified, though, several times that you have your right to a rebate accrued when a purchase is made, and a purchase is completed when it's paid. Do you remember that testimony?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. So there's no possible way these could have accrued at the time you guys quit in December, because it's based on year-end numbers for the whole country, correct?
I would disagree with that.
Okay, then tell me, because it still is one of those things that surprises me that the president or the chair, the vice chair, and the office manager couldn't produce a rebate for you guys before you sprung your termination on the rest of the group. So how could you have, in June of 2016, how could you have determined what the bogey rebate would be for you at the end of the year?
I never claimed I could find out how much of a bogey rebate was owed me in June of 16.
Okay. So when you guys left in June of 16, you did not have any idea if or what a bogey rebate would be?
No, I did not know what the total would be, no.
And so the same with silent rebates.
Correct.
But you should have known, shouldn't you, what the annual and the quarterly, because those, according to you, accrued when you paid the invoice. Right?
We did not have the breakdown from the vendors in order to detail exactly what was paid to each Michigan pipe and valve.
You needed, in order to find out what you were owed, you had to go back to the purchases, correct?
Correct.
And you testified earlier, you didn't call, why didn't you call any vendors? Why didn't you call the vendors? This is your money. Is it your right? Why in the world wouldn't you call a vendor and say, hey, give me the breakdown?
I was relying on Michigan Pipe Co. to work with me as an amicable reason to settle this matter.
So you wanted Michigan Pipe Co. to do it, not you. Correct?
No, I don't agree with that at all.
Why didn't you do it?
I asked Pipeco if we could sit down and go over the books together to come up with the totals, and they said no.
Well, you wanted to audit their entire books and after you started working for a competitor to make that clear. But I'm asking you specifically, your testimony and your counsel's opening brief relied heavily on this accrual based on a purchase. And so now I'm asking you that you know your purchases and you know the vendors in which you purchase from. Why couldn't you have just reached out and called the vendors yourself and say, hey, give me a breakdown. This is money. This is real money at stake for me. They've offered me $100 and some thousand. I think I'm entitled to more. Let me verify that. Why didn't you make that phone call?
Because I was trying to work with Michigan Pipeco.
Okay. Now, you were working with Linda Prater prior to in the first 2 quarters of 16, you were working with Linda Prater, weren't you, to try to figure out what a proper breakdown would be?
Yes, sir.
And she was trying to reach out to the vendors, wasn't she?
Yes, sir.
And I think I've already testified, and so I apologize, but she had a difficult time getting information from them, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time you left, it was next to impossible to figure out what was going on because we didn't have enough data. Is that correct?
I disagree with that.
Well, then why didn't you pay yourself if you had the data?
Well, first off, I can't just write a check to myself from Pipeco.
So
I did not have that authority.
Is your testimony right now that you knew how much you were owed in June of 16?
No, that is not my testimony.
Why didn't you know how much you were owed in June of 16?
I had a rough idea, but like I said, we needed the books and the facts and figures from the vendors to get it detailed out.
Then you were given a proposal at the end of 2016.
Yes, sir.
It was over 100,000, and you disagreed with that amount, correct?
No.
Well, then you said you had an idea. Was this $103,000 that you were offered? Was that consistent with your idea or inconsistent with your idea?
It was inconsistent.
Okay. So what did you think?
I honestly did not have a solid dollar value. That's why I was asking them to review the books. I wasn't asking them to show me anything after I had left, just the books while I was there.
Okay. And this is where I'm confused, and please have patience with me because I don't know what the books is going to show you. You've testified, and I think everyone here would agree with you, that rebates are based on your purchases. Not your sales, but your purchases. Who has your purchase information other than you?
Nobody else.
Okay. So you know what vendors you should be entitled to rebates for, correct?
Yes.
Yet you didn't make any attempt to figure it out. You didn't call the vendors, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. So now we're back, and I'm interested to know. You believe that you're owed a bunch of money. You know, I think your counsel gave some figure in his opening statement. $186,000. Okay. Yeah. Is any of your claim for $186,000 based on purchases?
Yes.
Okay, show me that is what I'm missing. You know, because I don't have the purchase information in which to base this. So do you have the purchase information here in which we can come up with your accrued rebate?
Not in front of me. No, it's all my numbers are based on the information from finding.
Okay. So what you did is you took the working papers from Michigan Pipe Company trying to figure this out too, and you just bounced off that and added to that as you saw fit, correct?
I don't believe I don't agree with that characterization. No.
Well, you took a dollar amount that you got during discovery from Michigan Pipe Company's CPA, correct?
Yes.
This is a number that was not distributed publicly. It's one that was disclosed during discovery, correct?
Correct.
Now now is it safe to say that you've looked at a lot of different numbers regarding your rebate value over the last 3.5 years?
Yes.
Okay. Then you zeroed in on this one and decided this one is the one I'm going to rely on. Why is this one the one you're going to rely on? Is it based on purchases? Do you know?
It's based on the most current information between Mr. Basil and Miss Heap.
Okay. You don't know what you have. Do you have any idea of what they used to come up with that number?
I would have to go back through the emails of Tina Heap, but I believe she based it on the information that she computed from Embassy and the information she gained from Justin Jaime.
So Tina Heap testified, did she not, that she didn't actually calculate anything personally. She only compiled information from other people. Do you remember that testimony?
Maybe. I don't recall it exactly.
And so this came from Tina Heap, but Tina Heap got it from other sources. And I'm asking you, though, as we're sitting here today, this is a day for trial, and this is the day I get to cross-examine you, is do you know what forms the basis for that figure? I mean, you're asking this court to award you damages, and you've testified to this court that your right to rebates is based on purchases. And I don't know of anything based on purchases. And I want to know how come this particular number seems good to you? Because I can pick other numbers out that are in our books to use those. And so why is this number one that you want to use?
Well, these numbers are the ones based on our going through discovery, that based on all the calculations that were given to Tina Heap, whether she calculated or compiled them, I'm not sure. This is the most recent information that compiled all the dollars figures together.
Didn't Tina testify she got her information from Justin Jaime?
I believe so.
Yes. You were there, correct, at her depot?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And I suspect your attorney, Mr. McCann, is going to be able to examine Justin Jaime in a little bit in this trial. But this is my time to try to find out from one of the plaintiffs what the basis is. And so I just want to make it sure, and don't be afraid, I just want your honest answer, that you have personal knowledge whether this figure is based on purchases or not.
That figure is based on the documents sent from Embassy to Pipeco that they used to compile what the rebates were.
Okay.
So
how did they come up with that figure?
Well, Embassy would have done it based on purchases from the vendors.
Well, I'm comfortable that you've already testified that Embassy gave a check and a list of vendors. They didn't give breakdowns for each vendor.
Correct.
That's true. So in order to find out the breakdown, you had to go to each vendor and find out what your purchases were, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't do that. So do you know if anyone's done that on your behalf?
Not on my behalf, no.
Okay. So the only thing we're left now is you doing discovery, and you picked this number to use as a platform to add additional money from. Correct?
I picked this out of the documents supplied to us in finding, yes, discovery.
Sure. And you have no clue whether it's based on purchases or what was the other one that Linda Prater said, AP against accounts payable or some proration of other sales or something. You don't know how these numbers were derived, do you?
Well, a lot of these numbers were derived through emails with Justin Jaime and the vendors, which were supplied in discovery.
Okay. Did you go through those emails and refigure this out? Because this is a lot of work that Justin Jaime did, and I'm sure when Mr. Jaime testifies, he can explain it. But did you do that?
Did I go through the emails that were supplied?
Yeah. Can you tell me? I know that. I just want to know, Mr. Denis. You're suing my client. Do you personally know how much? Do you have a personal idea from your own work how much you think my client owes you?
Yes.
And is that based on purchases?
A portion of it, yes.
Okay, and what portion, I have not seen any purchase information, so what portion is based on purchases?
Well, the purchases go into the background of the rebates.
Okay, so the fact that you get a rebate means that there was a purchase somewhere, correct?
Correct.
But you don't have any, you've never done a calculation to determine what share of the rebates you're entitled to based on a purchase analysis, have you?
No.
Okay. So what I just want to make it clear, what you're doing is you're just taking a number from a document you got in Discovery and then arguing above it. Correct? You're adding to that number.
We compiled a lot of different numbers in there to come up. We compiled a lot of information from different exhibits to give you that spreadsheet we showed at the beginning of testimony.
Just for the record, I've never received that. I would love to receive it so I could analyze it. But you indicate at the beginning of this line of questioning that this was your base. You started with this document. And then you modified this number to your benefit. Did you?
I didn't modify the number. I took the number from that document. Yes.
And then you added other things to it that you felt were entitled to be added to, correct? How'd you come up between, this says what, 144?
Yes, sir.
And your attorney said 186. So how do you add another $42,000 to this number? Let's just move on.
Well, Exhibit 20, page 6, there was a second quarter rebate from EJ for $73.53 that was added. Exhibit 20, page 6, there was a JM rebate of $958.
Please slow it up because I'm not quite, I don't process it as fast as you can think it. So you said that on Exhibit 20?
Yes.
And there was this 20 was in February 17. They weren't the same exhibit. So what page?
Page 6, please.
Okay, and what are you looking at?
I don't have it in front of me, but, oh, here it comes. If you look towards the middle and bottom of the page, you can see where the calculations were done for a EJ second quarter rebate of $7,583.65, a JM rebate of $958.61, and then that was it from that page.
So do you know who wrote these numbers down that you're looking
It says
at?
at the very bottom, prepared by Justin.
And did your attorney ask Justin what these numbers reflected and how he got them and where it all came from?
I do not recall.
Okay. So, but your testimony is you started the 144, 830, 47, and you add to that 28,370, right? Is that where we're going?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
No, I'll restate it though. I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Deneen, what your claim is, and this is a problem because I've had this difficulty for 3.5 years. You're claiming 144,000 based on this number that appears on page 5 at the top, 144,830, correct?
Okay.
Well, is that what you're claiming? That reflects, that's to you, that's proof that the company owes you money, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you added to that 28,370, right? Based on the notes of Justin Jaime below.
I've got a higher dollar amount than that, sir.
Well, what do you got?
I've got another additional $7,353 for the EJ rebate, $958 for the JM rebate, then $7,840 as my portion of the bogey that is owed, and then the management fee return of $25,875.
Okay. So how much are you adding? Okay.
I don't have a calculator in front of me, but it would be lines 4 through 7.
So, Mr. Mr. McCann, do you intend to introduce this exhibit through a different witness?
I do.
All right. Any reason you can't share the exhibit now so that we don't have to keep jumping back and forth between screens? It's kind of hard for me to follow it. I don't have to admit it now, but at least it would be helpful to have it in front of me so I know what's going on.
Sure. Do I do that by email, Judge?
Yeah, and obviously share it with opposing counsel. Let me, you can actually send it directly to me. Well, actually, let me have you send it to my clerk because she's got a printer right in the courtroom.
I think it will be Exhibit 39. So long
Is
as
it already in the book?
no, this will be the next. This will be the next one number. But I have issues. Yeah, we're not admitting it. We're just discussing.
I agree.
Okay.
We're not, but since you want to question him about it,
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful if we all have it in front of us.
I agree.
So email it to Carroll, CARROLL @mijackson.org. And while we're waiting for that, I'm going to take just a short break. You're all welcome to do so as well. Shannon, you can take us off the record.
Thank you.
put it on your desk, but I gotta get some more printer paper.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you ready?
Shannon, could you try printing this out, landscape rather than portrait? Because it spreads over to an adjoining page and it makes it hard to read.
Oh, I see what you mean. I'm actually not sure if I know how to, yeah, oh, no.
It should be from the print screen. Go to file, there you go.
Okay.
And then
It's
some,
not current, no. It's not scale, landscape right here.
there we go.
Did I do it?
Nope. It should be in here, orientation. See, all it did was flip the page sideways. Go to properties up here. Paper size, paper source, pages. Here you go. Landscape here. Still does the same thing.
Still did the same thing.
Exit out of this.
Hang on, let me put it back on there though, because then,
Exit out of this and go back to the main document. And then,
I'm thinking it's gonna be up here.
it could be, go to view. Up here in the tab, there you go.
Rotate.
Try form
Okay, where's the,
along the top.
oh, okay. Form sheet,
Protect, share, extras. Go back to
I
home.
wonder if it's right here. Yeah.
No, that's just. No, that won't be
Nope.
it.
That is, why won't it do it?
I don't know. File. Hit the file tab in the upper left-hand corner.
Hmm.
Go to print again.
I wonder why it won't do that.
I don't know. It's very strange. Let me see if I can get them to do it at their end.
Okay. I'll still keep this up, obviously.
Yeah. Put us back on the record, Shannon.
All right.
I didn't get an email.
All right, I can, we were trying to get this to print landscape instead of portrait, but when we change the print command to portrait, all it does is flip the whole page sideways and it still prints it in portrait format. I think I can make this work. Give me just a second and make sure. All right, I'll just work with this, but at some point, oh, we lost Mr. McCann, sorry.
You back?
My apologies, Mr. McCann, I didn't notice that you had zoomed out. Is it possible, you don't have to do it right at this moment, to set up this document in a landscape format as opposed to portrait? We tried to change it on the printer and it won't let us. Because it spills over onto 2 pages, it just makes it a little harder to read. If you've got a technical,
Yeah, I've got my AV man on it now, Judge.
okay,
I've not
great.
received
And
a
you-
copy, Wade.
You what? I'm sorry.
I've not received a copy.
Okay, where am I sending that? To your email, Bob?
Yeah, I got someone waiting right there on it.
Okay. Can you give me your email again?
R Miller, RMILLER at Shinnerscook, SHINNERSCOOK.com.
Okay, and there are actually 3 documents. One is the summation of monies owed, one's for bogey and silent rebate calculation, and one is for pipe company management fees that we believe are to be returned. So just to let you know, there's 3 documents.
So Mr. McCann, which witness were you intending to introduce this through?
Through Nathan Volwinkle.
Oh, okay. Is he the one that actually prepared the document?
Yes.
All right.
Did you need this? This was.
No, that was just the extra one that you
Okay.
printed when we were trying to get it to print the right way. What I was going to suggest, Mr. Miller, and you could do this however you want, if Mr. Volwinkle's the one that prepared it, that you question him about it, and if you want to recall Mr. Deneen to continue a cross-examination regarding the document itself, we might be able to save a little bit of time.
And I'll
leave that
move
up to
forward.
you.
Maybe I'll get it before the end of my examination. But the whole issue is that this document is part of, we were trying to resolve amicably this lawsuit or this matter. And to have that now used as proof of damages is a problem for me. But that's, I guess, that's the path we're going. So I will go.
All right.
I will go forward, and when that comes in, hopefully I'll come in before I'm done with my examination.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Do you have further questions for
Yes, I
Mr.
do.
Deneen
Yes,
at
I
this
do.
time?
Okay.
Okay,
Again, it takes me a second to get myself back into the where I was.
no problem. Take your time.
You testified at your deposition that the agreement was entered into. The agreement that's the basis of this lawsuit, because this lawsuit is a breach of contract case. That was entered into on the January 8th, 2015 meeting. Remember that?
Which document, sir?
It wasn't a document. You testified that I asked you at your deposition when the agreement was entered into. And you said it was entered into in that January 2015 board meeting where you approved the contract.
What agreement are you referring to, Mr. Miller?
The agreement that you're suing my client on, Mr. Deneen. You're
Okay.
suing my client for breach of contract. That's the agreement.
Okay.
But when was that entered? I'll just start fresh. When was that agreement entered into?
I guess I'm having a hard time understanding your question in reference. When you said the agreement, are you referring to the rebate agreement?
Okay, I'm not in your zone. I'm defending a client who's being sued. And you sued my client for breach of contract. So I can't explain that contract to you. I'm trying to ask you to explain it to me. So when was this contract entered into that you're suing my client on?
Well, So if I understand your question right, and I'm sorry if I don't, this lawsuit is about the rebates that are owed. The methods of how we have done rebates go back before I ever came on to Michigan Pipe Co. As far as the rebates that deal with Embassy, yes, that's from January of 2015 when we joined Embassy. Am I answering your question correctly, or what you're looking
You're
for?
answering it, you're, however you answer it is how you answer it, but you're answering it differently than you answered in your deposition. Your deposition, you said that there was a meeting of the minds amongst all the shareholders of Michigan Pipe Co. at the meeting in January up near Traverse City.
Correct.
Okay, that's correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's the board minutes that we've been looking at from January 8, 2015, correct? In Acme.
Yes.
Okay. And to the extent there was a meeting of the minds, what was the meeting of the minds? What do you feel the agreement was in January of 2015 with respect to the shareholders of Michigan Pipe Co.?
Well, our agreement goes back to the distribution of the rebates from that meeting. We had agreed to join Embassy using Pipeco as the proxy, but we would still distribute our rebates as we had done in the past, each branch individually earning the rebate based on their purchases and sales of products to contractors.
And so you expected when you agreed to do the Embassy that there'd be more rebate money to spread around to everyone, correct?
That was the summation, yes.
Okay. But this agreement that you are going to pay the rebates, you're going to pay the rebates as before. What was the agreement again? I might have to ask Port to read it back, but I'm confused as to what the agreement was. So you signed a contract with Embassy. Now this agreement is not included in the board minutes. Have you read the board minutes from January 2015?
I have.
No reference to an agreement amongst shareholders on how to distribute and when to distribute rebate money, is there?
No, there is not.
So what is your best testimony? What is your recollection of what the agreement was?
Well, the agreement was that we were going to join Embassy with the hopes that it would increase our rebates that we earned every year because we're joining a group that would give us larger purchasing volume overall. And we would then distribute those rebates like we had in the past, sir, based on the purchases and sales of products to customers.
Now, the first two segments of that are included in the January 8, 2015 board minutes, but the second part of that is not, where you agree to how you're gonna distribute rebates. But that, let me get it up because I want to make sure that. So can you now? I'm not been doing well with you, Mr. Deneen, but do you see the January 8th meeting? You're no.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So this is the Embassy Group section. Is there anything here that you read that says how you're going to pay out the rebates and when?
No, there is not.
Okay. Now, these as a business lawyer, these board meetings are pretty detailed and pretty well written because they cover a lot of things. But you got 401k meeting, you got vendor rebates. So what does this say? Let me see. So that's not really relative to this issue, is it, or is it?
No, it is not.
Okay. Then we got an issue with, you're going to look into getting a new quote from another insurance company. Budget, Linda Prater. Does this have to do with rebates or does this have to do with a corporate budget?
This has to do with the management fees and the money at the end of the year, sir.
Okay. And I'm looking through here, and I think you've already testified. There's nothing else on here that talks about the meeting of the minds that you just testified to, is there?
Correct.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, at this January meeting, you didn't know how you were going to be able to divide up embassy rebates, did you?
No, I'm sorry. We were made aware of how the rebates would be coming to us. Yes.
That's not what my question was. My question is, you didn't understand how you were going to divide them up amongst your shareholders at that point, did you?
Not yet. No.
At the next meeting in April, you were dealing with this issue again. Let me find it on here. Embassy Group, Mike. So this Mike is you. You're making a presentation about embassy, correct?
Yes.
And so down on D2, I'm going to read it. It says Nate and Mike. So that's Nate Bowinkle and you, Mike Deneen.
Yes, sir.
We'll be getting together with Linda. Is that Linda Prater?
Yes, sir.
To try and devise a way to fairly divvy out the rebates without spending a fortune on labor to determine where they came from. And then it says the board will approve any proposal set forward. Now, so at least in April, you still didn't really know what you're going to do with the rebates. Is that a fair statement?
We were working on a process to divvy them up. Yes.
And you didn't have it in April because you had to agree in April that you needed to have this little committee to come up with it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, I've looked at all the board meetings. You never made a presentation to the board. When I say you, I mean you, Nate, or Linda, and as to what the formula will be to divvy up embassy rebates, have you?
No, sir.
Okay. Regarding this meeting of the minds about the rebates, there's never, you don't have a recollection of anything ever being reduced to writing, do you?
I do not know.
There was some testimony during depositions, and I just want to clarify it. It was referred to by your counsel earlier, that there was some protective order where you couldn't share with anyone that you were doing this secret deal with Ferguson. Is that fair? That you had promised Ferguson you wouldn't tell anyone.
I had signed an NDA with them. Yes.
Yeah. But you told Linda Prater, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So that was in violation of your agreement with Ferguson, wasn't it?
It was not. No.
Now, Linda Prater, we've been mentioning her a lot. Who is Linda Prater?
She was the financial officer of Michigan Pipe Co.
She was an employee of Michigan Pipe Co.
She was the manager of Michigan Pipe Co. Yes.
Okay, well, I asked you if she was an employee of Michigan Pipe Co.
Yes, she was.
Okay. And who did she report to?
She reported to the board for Michigan Pipe Co. And then she also reported to each branch owner individually.
Okay, did she not report to Nathan as the chair?
Yes, she did.
So, as the manager, and she was a management level employee, correct?
Yes.
So, are you aware that a management level employee has certain obligations and duties to its company, the duty of loyalty and a fiduciary duty of good faith and fair dealing?
I'm going to
Yes.
object, Your Honor. Calls for a legal conclusion.
He can answer if he knows.
Yes, the manager does have some responsibilities. Yes.
And are you aware that as an officer of a company, like the vice chair, that gives you a special fiduciary relationship to the other shareholders and to the company?
Yes.
Okay. Yet, while you were working out the details of this embassy, formula, you were also negotiating an exit from the company. Is that true?
I was looking to sell my assets to Ferguson, yes.
And you did not give the other members of Michigan Pipe Co. an opportunity to buy, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't even tell them until the very end. Is that true?
I told them as soon as my NDA ran out, yes.
Well, which is the very end, correct?
Yes,
Yet you brought Linda Prater into the mix with you and Nate, didn't you not?
I brought Linda in as my financial person for Michigan Pipe and Valve Flint so she could provide the documents to Ferguson for the asset purchase.
So did Michigan Pipe and Valve Flint have her on a payroll?
Well, we had Michigan Pipe Co. on the payroll. They were employed by us to do our books and what have you, yes.
So you brought her in though to help you with the information required in order to sell the business. And did you not tell her she is not allowed to tell her employer?
I asked her to keep it confidential, yes.
And so this was going on at the same time. You and Nate, the two people who were going to leave, were supposed to be coming up with a formula for the rebates that you're entitled to.
Yes.
Now, at the same time, I'm going to show you an exhibit. I'm going to show you 15. Now, 15 is an exhibit that's a summary for 2016 of management fees. Now,
Okay.
management fees were fees that were paid in so that the corporate office could function, pay rent, pay its employees. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because there were certain employees that were really Michigan Pipe and Valve Flint that you leased from the company, but were really your employees. Is that correct?
Correct.
But then there were also employees that were not leased. They were direct employees of the company, and the company then had to have money to pay those, correct?
Correct.
And that's what management fees were there for. And up in the upper left-hand corner, it has a sliding scale. So the first $5 million in sales, then you had to pay into Michigan Pipe and Michigan Pipe Co. 1.34%. You see that?
Yes.
Is that basically this? I just want you to confirm that this is a proper document. It's already admitted into evidence, but these are the different levels of management fees that we would charge a shareholder. Is that
Yes.
okay? Thank you. And so it would be like paying taxes. You would pay 1.34 on the first $5 million, and then you would pay 1.15 on the next $3 million. You wouldn't go back and pay the 1.15 on the whole. You would still pay 1.34 on the first 5, but then you would get a reduced rate for the next 3, and even a lower rate if you're over 8. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
So in this particular instance, under Flint, you had management fees that you were, and I believe you paid these, but you had management fees that you had to pay of $21,600. Well, I need to excuse my eyes. $608.16 right there, correct?
Yes.
And that's basically taking your sales for that period times 1.34%, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then that's the first quarter. Excuse my flipping so fast. Then the second quarter, you owed $33,624.55. Now, this is just a summary of the management fees. This does not reflect what you paid and what you owe. This is just a calculation of the management fees. Correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to Exhibit 13. And this is an age receivable document. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. This is the way that Michigan Pipe Co. did this is that they would spend money on your employee, and then they would bill you for those costs, correct?
Correct.
And so you would become the accounts receivable. So then you would owe Michigan Pipe Co. money, and that would be a receivable, correct?
Correct.
And then they would also bill you the management fees that we just looked at, and that would become an accounts receivable, correct?
Correct.
So those two things are on this. This is a management now, just for clarification, where it says MPV without an initial, that's Tom Ryan, right? That's Jackson.
I do believe so.
Okay, then we have MPVF. That's pretty safe to say that's Flint, right?
Correct.
So this is at the end of the year 2016. And it says here that your totals were $7,006 that you owed and didn't pay. Do you acknowledge? Did you acknowledge that you didn't? And these are not management fees. You didn't pay the company for actually employee expenses that were incurred that the company had to pay for.
Can you scroll back up, please?
Sure.
The ones in question are off the screen. No, back down, please. A little bit further, please. So I see a lot of bills and I see a lot of credits.
Now the credits are because you quit. You quit the company halfway through, and so some of these that were paid gave you a refund because you were no longer entitled to a refund. So those are refunds that were gotten that were charged to your account. Here's your second quarter. I don't know what that is.
Safe harbor.
What's that?
401k.
Well, that's 401k. Let me see. Yeah.
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
That's
What was
the
this?
401k. This is the 401k.
Okay.
Okay. And so they paid money in. So you actually got money paid to you in the 401k that you didn't reimburse. And then these are the rest. I mean, we have then total. You have your management fee pays, it looks like, but you have $7,308 that you didn't pay. Is there a reason you didn't pay this? Because you had these invoices both before and after you terminated the relationship with Michigan Pipe Co.
My recollection is I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr.
Is there
Miller.
a reason you didn't pay this debt?
I think my last recollection on this is I spoke to Michigan Pipe Co. and they asked me to pay some money and I did. If I owe this, I will be more than happy to pay it, Mr. Miller.
Okay. Well, the documents are part of this litigation, and we didn't sue you directly to have this paid. We just said if the court grants you any money, we want to set off. But I'm here to allow you, and I appreciate your comments, Mr. Deneen. But I just want to give you an opportunity to tell me these are inappropriate. But I want to say this is just printed off from the company books, and they're already made an exhibit. But it just looks pretty run of the mill, and it's $7,000 that we would want as a set off. Did you have any objection to that?
I'll be happy to pay it if I owe it, Mr. Miller.
Okay. And right now you have no objection to owing it. It looks typical, does it not?
I mean, for the scope of this, I'm willing to pay it. I'd like to spend some time looking at the individual numbers exactly, but quickly looking at it, yes, I believe I do owe it.
And just so you know, your attorney has it as Exhibit 13. So
Okay.
You'll be able to send whatever time you need. Okay.
Bill, July, already gone. July 16th. What were they for?
Okay. Other than the Exhibit 11, which is the agreement with Embassy, are there any other agreements since that agreement that would modify that agreement between Michigan Pipe Co. and Embassy?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Are there any agreements that you have? When I say you, I'm really talking Michigan Pipe and Val Flint. with Michigan Pipe Co. that we have. Did you have any written agreements with them at all?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. The only agreement you had was the agreement that you mentioned that in January of 2015, you had an expectation that as rebates came in related to your purchases, you would be paid.
I had a standard practice that we had followed for many, many years of distributing rebates that I was relying on.
Okay, what did you, so you restated what I said. Is there something about what I said that was wrong?
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand what you're saying, Mr. Miller.
Well, I'm trying to understand your claim. And all I said was you had an expectation in January that you would be paid rebates for purchases that you made.
Correct, yes.
But there was no formula at that time. As a matter of fact, we never actually came up with a formula of how to deal with embassy, did we?
No.
Did you only receive then one offer from Tom Basel?
Boy, I am trying to remember, Mr. Miller. For some reason, I think I remember two.
I kind of thought there was a second one, but I don't, I'm saying that, but I'm objecting to these, so I didn't have one ready to go. And I understand the reason that you testified you actually filed a lawsuit instead of giving a counter is you didn't have information. You needed data. You didn't have data available to even make a counter offer. Is that another way of saying what you testified to?
That would be fair, yes.
Okay. After you notified the Michigan Pipe Co. that you were leaving and selling to Ferguson, and you turned your stock back in, you received $2,500, correct?
Yes, I did.
We talked about Embassy not providing much breakdown when it issued a check. And as a matter of fact, when Linda contacted or you or when the company contacted Embassy, they took no responsibility in breaking up the rebate amounts with you guys, did they?
That is correct.
Their attitude was, we have one shareholder, we're writing a check, and then we're done. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Have you ever done, I believe there's some reference to an AP method of determining rebates. Do you remember that phrase, or AP? I guess it was purchase accounts payable, maybe to the vendors.
Yes.
By your body language, you don't look like this is, are you familiar with that method?
I am. It's, Mr. Miller, it's been 4.5 years since I dealt with it. But yes, AP, accounts payable, yes.
Okay. Have you done an AP analysis of how much Michigan Pipe owes, in your opinion?
How much? I'm sorry, the last part got blurred out.
I said, in your opinion. I'm asking for. I want to know if you've ever done an analysis based on accounts payable to determine how much money Michigan Pipe Co. owes you.
No, I have not.
Okay. In your honor, I'm going to go ahead and ask him a couple questions on the new exhibit, just because I got a copy. I don't have it, so I can put it on the screen. And
Which page are you looking at, Bob?
well,
Is it okay if I hold it in front of me, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
you got both pages? Mike?
I have the whole thing, yes.
It's 3 pages.
The email, I've only got emails of 2, but I have the one that has the pipe co deficit and the bogey rebate. I'm gonna do this because I've already kind of cross-examined you on these numbers. These are not you didn't come up with this, did you?
These numbers?
Yes.
Well, we got these numbers based on discovery.
Okay. So you're basically using numbers that were contained in a email from Christina Heat that I'm arguing was for settlement purposes. But that's where you're getting these numbers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So they're not your numbers. They're numbers that you got from Tina Heat, a file from Tina Heat.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not these have anything to do with purchases. These are just numbers that you got from the CPA. You don't really know if they're related to purchases or not, do you? Other than what we said, the embassy money comes from purchases, but you don't know if there's been a purchase breakdown to come up with these numbers, do you?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Deneen, for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Redirect,
thank you.
Mr. McKee.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Deneen,
Yes, sir.
let me ask you, rebates were calculated based on the accounts payable method that counsel just referred to throughout the history of Michigan Pipe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe how the accounts payable method worked?
So sometimes if a vendor would not give us a complete breakdown on the monies owed, the financial officer or the bookkeeper of the company would pull up all the purchasing documents for that vendor, and then we would tabulate how much each company, dollar-wise, how much each company purchased from that vendor, come up with a percentage rate, and use that percentage as the amount of the rebate we would each receive.
Percentage of purchases by each of the individual Michigan Pipe and Valve companies, right?
Correct, sir.
And what was the problem with that? Where was it imprecise? What could cause it to be slightly less than precise?
There's a couple variables. One vendor, such as US Pipe, they would back out freight from the rebate price. So without knowing exactly what the freight amounts are, we couldn't use that percentage rate to get an accurate number of what to split between each of the companies.
Did you, however, use that anyway and come up with an agreed that the 5 Michigan Pipe and Valve companies, would something be, I'm not being very artful in the way I ask this, would the bookkeeper, for example, Ms. Prater, would she provide the companies an estimate based on the purchases and backing out the freight and come up with an accounts payable estimation of what the rebate was? And then if everybody signed off on it, that would be the rebate.
Well, Ms. Prater would never know what the freight is. That was where the problem was. So the most she could do is take the purchases, come up with a percentage, and then we can apply those percentages to the amount of the rebate, but we'd never know truly the amount of what that would be. For instance, all the shipments typically came from out of state, whether it was Alabama or wherever it was. The freight to Detroit, where I sold, would be considerably less than freighting up to Alpena or Traverse City. So the freight cost on that might be higher, and therefore those companies up, Michigan Pipe and Valve Traverse City, for instance, would receive less of a rebate than what the percentage would show.
Was that method nevertheless used historically?
Yes, as a last resort, we would do that, yes.
And was that used, was it continued to be used on throughout the course of Michigan Pipe's existence, as long as you were there?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any reason to disagree with Linda Prater when she said that she could have computed with the use of the accounts payable method, she could have computed the rebates at any time?
Yes, she could have.
But she was just looking for a more precise calculation from the vendors, and she gave you guys an opportunity to contact the vendors, and that didn't get done. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Were you and Mr. Volwinkle given the opportunity to look at the books of Michigan Pipe Company and evaluate your numbers?
We were not.
Were you locked out of Michigan Pipe Company after you announced that you were selling your assets?
Yes.
Did you then have any other access to their books in order to see what your purchases were?
No.
Did Justin and Tina tell you, Justin Jaime and Tina tell you that they were, Tina Heap, tell you that they were working on rebates at some point in 2016 when you requested your rebates?
Yes.
They notified you that they were working on those rebates and they would be in touch with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
You did not receive any real discovery that showed what those numbers were until what year?
I believe it was the discovery with Miss Heap from Bond Company. I don't remember what year that was, but it was quite a bit further along into the lawsuit.
The spring of 2019 sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And that was after the judge signed an order demanding that particular discovery be given out to us, correct?
Yes.
And the discovery did not come from Bond and Company. I'm sorry, did not come from Michigan Pipe Company. The discovery that showed the emails and the rebates and the calculations all came from the accountant, Bond and Company. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, you're correct.
So the calculations that Justin Jaime came up with were not given to us by Michigan Pipe Company. Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct.
So we weren't able to come up with numbers until you saw this discovery from Tina Heap.
Correct.
And is that what you based, you and Mr. Volwinkle based the charts that you came up with on the information that was provided to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you saw the information that they provided, many of the numbers didn't, the discounts and the set-offs seem to have no bearing to past history of the way business was conducted at Michigan Pipe. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And that's why you had to go through and do a calculation as to what the correct amounts would be. Is that right?
Correct.
Your Honor, I know that this is not a jury trial, but I would prefer, I'm object to the leading questions. Let him ask a question like Mr. Deneen asked, as opposed to having Mr. McCann testify.
Your objection is sustained. Mr. McCann, you've been asking a number of leading questions.
Yes.
You could please.
I'll rephrase my questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you, Mr. Dean, did you pay Michigan Pipe Company for services to compute the rebates?
I did not.
Michigan Pipe company, the company when you were part of Michigan Pipe and Valve Flint?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. Yes, they were paid through the management fee to compute those rebates.
Your management fees paid for the salary of the people that were responsibility was to compute the rebates. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, because you've been asked over and over again why you didn't compute the rebates. What would your answer be for that?
I didn't have all the documentation, and to be honest, as Mr. Miller showed, I paid quite a bit of money in 2016 to Pipeco to do all the bookwork, the calculations, and everything else.
All right, can we pull up Exhibit 13 again, the receivables, aged receivables?
Want me to do that? I can do that.
He's already got it, I believe, Bob. Thank you. The dates that appear on this, 8/16, 7/16, most of these fees, did you have an interest in Michigan Pipe and Valve Flint at that time of 2016?
No,
So those bills are, when was Blue Cross and Blue Shield paid, for example? I mean, what is that service? Is that for service after you left in June of 2016?
well, Blue Cross Blue Shield was always paid beforehand. I don't know of any insurance company that would take money after they covered you.
Okay, so that was for future coverage by Blue Cross and Blue Shield.
I would believe so, looking at this.
So prior to agreeing to this as a set off, these numbers, you wanted to take some time and look at them. And if you'd like to do that, I certainly understand.
Looking at it, I don't know what some of these are. We were never given the invoices on each one of them. The second one down, 7/16 Guardian, I see that was billed out and then it was credited later on. The 4707 for Blue Care Network on 7/16, I don't see a credit for that one later on. So I guess I would like to have it explained exactly how that $7,306.01 is actually owed. If that's what I owe, I will be happy to pay it, but I'd like a detailed accounting for it.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, we ready for our next witness?
Is one moment, please, Your Honor. Is Linda available now?
Your Honor, I'll be doing the AV stuff for Mr. McCann here in a second. Can I have 5 minutes to use the restroom on my way to the other room?
Certainly. Why don't we all take a 5-minute break?
That'd be awesome. Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna put this on your thing, just in case
Oh,
you forget.
yes. Did,
Yes,
Kevin
he
work
did.
hard?
Yes, he did. Yes, and it was very, he made me, it, I,
He's got the right to go after her on the transcript, but I just don't think it amounts to much.
in.
Could you print out tomorrow and Friday's docket for me? I know I could pull it up, but,
I just put us on the record, so.
okay, we are back on the record, but, who are you gonna call next?
Judge, could I talk to you just for a minute about scheduling here?
Absolutely.
Okay, we have Bond and Company's accountant, Tina Heap, is not available until tomorrow afternoon. If you recall, I have a preliminary examination tomorrow morning. And that's on an armed robbery case. We have available, Linda Prater is actually a defense witness, but she is available and she's not available tomorrow apparently. So we could call her, and then our other two witnesses are Nathan Volwinkle and Tina Heap, but Tina Heap's not available till tomorrow afternoon.
I don't have a problem with calling a witness out of order. Mr. Miller, you're muted.
I don't want him to call her as a defense witness though, because she's an adverse witness to defense, and I'm not positive I'm gonna call her. So if he wants to call her,
Okay.
it's his case in chief, that's fine with me.
All right,
Okay, I'll call Linda Prater now then.
all right. Ms. Prater, if you could unmute. Could you raise your right hand, please? You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last.
Linda Prater, Prater.
Go ahead, Mr. McCann.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ms. Prater. How are you?
Good.
Good. Can you tell me your education and training, please?
I have approximately 3 years of college in accounting, and I've worked in accounting for 30 plus years. I
Okay.
guess that's the extent of it.
Can you tell me, were you employed by Michigan Pipe Company?
Yes, I was.
And can you give me approximate dates when you were there?
I was hired in October of 2009, and then I was there until May of 2016.
All right. And what positions did you have while you were there?
I started out as accounts payable, and then I moved to accounts receivable, and then I moved to the financial office manager position.
In what year did you do that?
I believe it was early 2011.
Okay. And through, did you do the bookkeeping for Michigan Pipe Company then?
Yes,
And you were responsible for that? And also, you kept their books. How many pipe companies were there?
there were 5. Well, Detroit was around for a while that operated out of Lansing, so there was 6 for a little while.
And then it went back down to 5.
Yes,
And you handled their books, and did you prepare statements for all of them?
yes, I did.
Did how were rebates computed? Tell me about that.
They were computed based on the purchases that each Michigan Pipe and Valve made from that vendor. The vendors had always provided us with that information. One of the reasons that I didn't like to pull it just from accounts payable is because vendors had different incentives. So sometimes you got a certain percentage for a certain amount of sales. And then if you hit a threshold, the percentage went up and increased. They also had where sometimes we received a different percentage on different product lines that we purchased from them. So it was pulling it from accounts payable was not as accurate. We could do it, but it would not be as accurate based on those reasons, and also freight, different things that were in there. That would have been a little bit more difficult. I probably could have accounted for that in AP, but it would have been time intensive to do that. But most of the vendors had no problem with providing us that breakdown. Some of them even issued credit memos instead of checks, so that the Michigan Pipe and Valves could just use that against outstanding accounts payables to that vendor. And when they did that, they issued a separate credit memo to each Michigan Pipe and Valve. So that made it simple. There was no calculation for me. But there were a lot of variables to it, which is why it was easiest to get it from them.
Easiest, but I believe you testified that you could do it by accounts payable method if you needed to. Is that fair?
Yes.
And did you do it by the accounts payable method for some vendors along the way?
I did. And generally, it was the smaller vendors. So the dollar amounts were much smaller. And when it came to embassy, that was one of the questions that I kept putting out, not only to the board, but to all of the owners. I sent multiple emails to all of the owners and asked them, do you want to give up a little bit of accuracy to get this done and get these distributed? Or do you want to try to get a hold of the vendors and get exact information? Because we were talking about US Pipe and ADS and, vendors that were much larger dollar amounts than what I had typically done through the accounts payable method.
Would you say that you didn't know how to distribute the rebates at that time?
I was unclear as to what direction they wanted me to take. I could have done it, like I just stated. I didn't feel it would have been quite as accurate. I know it wouldn't have been as accurate as getting the breakdown from the vendors. So I was giving the owners the option. They had more connections at the vendors than I did. So I had hoped that they could reach out to their connections, put us in touch with the right people and get that information. But I left it up to all of the owners that, tell me which way you want me to go. I'll do it either way, but it's up to you. Okay. And I did continue to try to reach out to the vendors as well. And I distributed some of that embassy money right up until I think within a couple of weeks before I left Michigan Pipe. And that was because some of the vendors came through and sent me the information directly.
So there were some distributions made after embassy came in.
Oh, yes, definitely.
And that occurred in, the embassy was joined in January of 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so do you know how many distributions were made of rebates through the embassy group?
Well, we didn't always distribute it came in each quarter, but I wasn't always able to distribute it all at once. Sometimes I'd have some vendor information, but not others. So I would distribute what I had for those vendors. So if you say how many, that's kind of misleading because we received 4 a year, but sometimes that might be distributed out in much more than 4 payments to the different Michigan pipe and valves. So I'm not sure what number you're looking for there, but I had distributed a good portion of 2015. I think I only had fourth quarter left because that didn't actually come in until the beginning of 2016. The other complicating factor was that US Pipe and ADS, we did not have for the full period of time, especially US Pipe, that we were with Embassy. In the beginning, we weren't getting their rebates through Embassy. So the dollar value went up in those later quarters and we had larger vendors to worry about. So it became more of an issue.
I see, but it wouldn't be fair to say that nobody knew how to do the rebates while you were there, is it?
No, that wouldn't be fair.
You could do the rebates. It was just a question of accuracy and accounting for freight and other items like that, right?
Yes, I provided multiple options to the ownership to determine which way they wanted me to move at.
Okay, and at the time you left, you hadn't been given an answer yet as to how to proceed with some of them?
No, I had not. We were still trying to pursue the avenue of getting the information from the vendors. I continually, kept trying to work with the vendors. Like I said, I think the last distribution I made was within the month of May, so within weeks of before I left.
And did you handle the books for all of the companies individually as well?
Yes.
The Michigan Pipe and Valve companies?
Yes, as well as all of the real estate holding companies. Also, there were, I think, 16 different entities at one time that I was doing the books for.
All right. And was there a duty to keep their information private from one another?
Yes.
And so if one company requested to know what was going on with the books of another company, you couldn't give them that information unless you got permission from the owner of that company, right?
Exactly.
As far as management fees go, how were they computed?
Those were computed based on their sales for each month. And, you showed the spreadsheet earlier, I think Mr. Miller did. And that was actually a spreadsheet that I put together, the formulas, and that I put out each month to all the ownership to show them. And then they paid them quarterly. So I would plug in their sales for that month, and then the spreadsheet would calculate it based on that 1.34, I think it was, for the first 5 million, and then whatever the breakdowns were. It's been almost 5 years. I don't remember them all by heart.
Okay. And as far as Embassy goes, you recall bogey and silent rebates?
Yes.
And do you know how the bogey rebates were awarded?
I do not.
Did you distribute bogey rebates?
I believe I did during 2015. If memory serves, it was either those or the silent rebates, but the silent might have been the ones that we used for the membership and the Christmas party. I think it was the bogey that we were basically assigning based on the percentage of rebates that went to each Michigan Pipe and Valve, because that was what was determined would be the most fair way to do those, because we couldn't get an exact breakdown on that.
So they would be distributed the same way that the regular rebates were distributed.
Yeah, so if we determine that, the first quarter rebates, Michigan Pipe and Valve Jackson received, 15% of those, then they would get 15% of the bogey.
I see. Did there come a point when you left Michigan Pipe Company?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
In May of 2015, when everybody found out that Nate and Mike were selling to Ferguson, I ended up in the middle of everybody, which I knew was going to come because I felt like I was in that position. I had 13 bosses at the time, and trying to be an employee to all of them was difficult at times. And they, the remaining owners were upset. I will be honest, in the beginning, I did not tell them I knew about it because I was scared of losing my job. And within like a day, I went back and I told Justin Jaime that I did know about it and that I was just afraid. And that's why I panicked. Tom Ryan called me on a Sunday and I panicked and I came clean the next day. So, it wasn't a good time for me.
How long did you keep it to yourself for?
I think they told me in February or March. And then it came out, it was public knowledge in May.
Are we talking May of 2016?
Yes.
All right, because I thought I heard you say 2015 earlier. I just wanted to make sure I was.
Oh no, that was when I was discussing the embassy rebates from 2015.
Thank you.
One moment, please, Judge. What did you? So can you tell me, Ms. Prater, were there discussions about how the rebates were going to be distributed? Was that determined by board members? Did they convey that information to you?
Well, in the beginning, when I first took over that function, it was told to me that, it was based on the purchases by each Michigan Pipe and Valve, and that generally the vendors provided that information. If the vendor did not, and especially for the small dollar ones, the much smaller vendors, then I would use the AP numbers and calculate it that way.
Okay, and historically, were rebates earned at the time that the purchase of pipe was made?
Yes, they were earned and then they were paid out either quarterly or annually, depending on the vendor.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, any questions at this time, Mr. Miller?
I'm going to ask Chris some questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon. You've been patiently waiting all day. Thank you. You were the office manager at all kind of these relevant times in 2016, were you not?
Yes.
And you were in a role at Michigan Pipe both before embassy and really for a short period after embassy, right? Correct?
Yeah.
So the embassy contract was signed in 2015, is that correct?
To the best of my memory.
All right. And then you left the company, as you just testified, in May of 16.
Yes.
So did you feel like it's even a whole full year of experience with Embassy Group?
Yes.
And Embassy Group was a lot different, was it not, than the rebate process before Embassy?
As far as getting the information, yes, it was.
Well, I believe you testified at your deposition that prior to Embassy, money would come in and it would essentially be deposited into the individual accounts of the shareholders. And after Embassy, the money was deposited into an account of the company.
Some of them. JM, for instance, I think it was JM. No. I know, there was one that used to actually pay it all into Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing's account, and then Lansing would have to pay it out. EJ had been paying it to Michigan Pipe and we paid it all out, so it really varied across the board.
But once Embassy came into being, that was a contract between Michigan Pipe Company and Embassy Group, correct?
Yes,
And Embassy issued all of its checks to Michigan Pipe Co., correct?
yes,
And those checks would be deposited into an account owned by Michigan Pipe Co., correct?
yes,
And then to the extent that you're able, and when you could, you would distribute those to
Yes.
their respective owners, correct?
yes,
And you testified, I believe, that what your goal was to try to align and allocate the rebate based on the purchases that were made, because that's really the genesis of a rebate is purchases, correct?
yes.
And you found that sometimes, a few times, you were able to do that, but by and large, you had a difficult time, didn't you?
Yes, at the end, when more vendors were added, we had difficulty with them.
And so maybe I'm just going to ask these questions about 2016. There's some testimony already, and I think you heard it, that Embassy would give you a check or give the company a check, and it would have a list of the vendors and dollar amounts. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes,
But they wouldn't give a breakdown beyond that, would they?
no,
And when you contacted Embassy to try to get more information, they not only didn't give it to you, they didn't really care, did they?
no, they said that they did not keep that kind of information on file.
So then you were forced with the concept of trying to go back to vendors, and you already testified with Mr. McCann that was difficult, and you solicited the board members for help, correct?
All of the owners, not only board members.
But okay, and how did they do? Did they give you help?
Some of them did, help, and some of them had reached out to different vendors. We really hadn't made a whole lot of headway. I had a few contacts at vendors that I made headway with. But I felt like the owners had a lot on their mind, and that was just kept getting pushed as, not the highest priority.
So you had a pool of money from Embassy, and your job was to try to figure out a fair way to distribute it. You already testified to two options. There were other options. You could do it based on sales, couldn't you? If the board wanted to, you could have done it based on sales, correct?
We could have. It doesn't really correlate.
No, but I'm just suggesting that you needed to have direction from the board so you knew how to apply rebates. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you never got that direction before you were terminated, did you?
Outside of doing AP for small amounts and reaching out to the vendors, no, I did not find a answer to the rest.
Because you were the creator of this, and I'm gonna pull up a couple documents and just let you talk about it. This document is I believe 13. Can you see that up there? Not it. This is it right here. Okay, this document here. Let me just see. I get the number correct for the court. Actually, usually have them up there. I just keep reading.
14.
This is 15.
14.
No, it's 13 or
Oh, sorry.
15. This looks like it's 15. So this is a document that you really created, correct, Linda?
It was being used prior to me, but I had to recreate it when they changed the percentages, the changing scale of percentages on management fees.
I'm on the page 2 of this where it says management fees, and that scale that's the one, and you already mentioned 1.34, so your memory is actually pretty good. But this is the sliding scale that you're referring to, that which appears on the top of the page 2 on the left side, right?
Yes.
Now, do you recall when as you were at the end of your tenure there, that Flint had paid its management fees, but Lansing had not?
Well, when I left there, everybody had paid their Q1 management fees, and Q2 wouldn't have been paid until July. So I was gone by then.
Okay. So you don't have any knowledge of these being paid. So let me go to Exhibit 13, which is an aid receivable. Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes, that was out of Peachtree that we used to do Michigan Pipes books.
Yeah. This is actually right up your alley from when you were doing work at Michigan Pipe. This is the kind of stuff you deal with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to take you down. We talked a little bit recently with Mr. Deneen, and he really didn't deny it, but then there were some issues about dates. But are you familiar with what these entries are? I can enlarge them a little larger if you would like.
No, I can see them. I'm assuming based on the names, it looks like they actually kept pretty much the formats that I used when I was doing it. 816 BCN would have been the August billing for Blue Care Network. The 716 and then the name of the insurance company would have been the July billing from that insurance company. It looks to me like what happened, the Ferguson acquisition was at the middle to end of June for the 2 locations. So it looks like they were billed for July for all of those employees that left Michigan Pipe, and then the credit came through in August. So if you see, you have a billing in July, even though their employees weren't on that insurance in July, but then in August, there's credits to reverse that back out. And they're not all the same amounts, partly because some of them prorate to the day and some of them don't. That's my guess. I haven't seen the backup to this. So just from my general knowledge, that's what I'm guessing these numbers are.
But your general knowledge is superior to most of us, because this is your lane. This is what you dealt with when you're at Michigan Pipe Co., correct?
It is.
All right. Now, do you know what Guardian is?
Guardian was one of the insurances. I think it was the dental.
Okay. So you can see that there's a charge and then a credit. That's exactly what you just described. And down towards the bottom where the arrow is, you see second quarter shareholder. That's a 401k deposit, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. So is there anything, as you look at this, and I understand that you have not been given an opportunity to analyze it, but given your experience and looking at it here today, is there anything unusual about this to you, given the fact that you are aware of?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to point something out. Under the Flint, I don't see any management fee here, but if Flint owed management fees, there'd be a management fee entry here, correct?
Yes.
Well, let's go down and look at Michigan Pipe and MPVL is Lansing, correct?
Yes.
And that would be Nate's company, correct?
Yes.
All right. You see here where it says $100,000? Okay, now I'm going to take you back to the exhibit 15. And in fact, you see the second quarter? So that this is evidence of what you just testified to. I'm sorry. That the first quarter was paid, but the second quarter was not. And then that is reflected right here, that the second quarter management fees were still due. And therefore, from Michigan Pipe Company's perspective, that was an accounts receivable, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, all these other entries here are the similar type of entries that we just talked about. where there's payments and negatives. And I'm going to just suggest that Lansing had a little bigger crew than Flint. Is that correct?
Yes.
So just in your cursory review, and I'm going to acknowledge again that I did not provide this to you before this testimony, and you have not had an opportunity to analyze it in detail. But based on your experience and your knowledge of this document, does anything look unusual here?
Not at first glance, other than the Blue Care Network. Oh, well, that credit's from October. I don't know. The Blue Care Network credit looked way too small, but it's dated October, which is very strange. It should be dated August. Oh, I see another one dated August.
Okay, so they must have given
And
us.
one dated September. It looks like the changes didn't all get made in 1 month.
Okay. All right. And then if I'm just going to take you down, now the issue here, this is a typical accounts receivable at the top. 0 to 30, 31 to 60. These are how old your receivable is. And this would indicate that these have been unpaid for over 90 days, which is not shocking since they left in June and this is a December. My question is, did you have any conversation with Nate or Mike regarding not paying their management fees or their employee costs prior to them actually leaving?
No.
All right.
Ms. Prater, let me ask you, when rebates were ready to be distributed to the individual shareholders, if they had a outstanding balance for management fees or other expenses, would you offset the rebate amount against those fees before you distributed the rebate amount?
In a way, not directly, because it would have made the accounting a little bit more difficult, but I controlled to a point what was paid out of all the accounts. The owners had to sign off on it, but I was the one that scheduled what would be paid. So I would make sure that I scheduled for Pipeco to pay like MPV Lansing and MPV Lansing to pay Pipeco the same week. So the funds did move from one account to the other both ways, but it kind of negated each other because it happened on the same day.
Thank you.
I just want to reiterate one last thing, Ms. Bratter, that you testified that there were several options as far as which way you could go. You said that you could go to an AP, you could, the best way would have been to have actual purchase information, correct? Because rebates were based on purchases. Is that true?
Yes.
And the reason that you weren't able to do it is not that you were physically incapable, but that you were not given direction by the board on how to do it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it wasn't just the board. It was the ownership as a whole that I took direction on from those items.
So how does the ownership as a whole differ from the board? Because I understand. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The board only has like one representative from each location on the board, where I would send out emails and I would ask, for direction, and it would go to all, there were like 13 owners, I think, all together, because locations had multiple owners. So it wasn't just whoever was voted on to the board that month. All owners had a representation in it.
Yeah, that's to find out the data. But you testified that ultimately you had to get approval from the board for the method used. Do you remember that?
It's probably been at least 2 or 3 years since that. So honestly don't I told the truth.
Are you denying that? Are you denying that you had to get permission from the board before you used the method?
I guess we're splitting hairs on the way we're looking at it. The board meeting was, occasionally I took most of my direction through email with all of the ownership. But yes, I mean, either way, I guess you're saying the same thing.
Well, okay. Now, technically, did you report to Nate as the chair?
It depended on who was the chair for that year.
So Nate was the chair, like for 2015, I think, and 2016 was not Nate the chair.
I know he was 2016. I think he was 2015. There was 1 year I know at least that Teresa Jaime was. That might have been 2014 at least.
Okay.
It did vary from time to time.
So as the chair and you as the office manager, did you reach out to Nate and say, I need help?
If we happened to be on the phone, I would bring it up to him, but any emails that I sent to all the ownership and said, I really need help with this. But yes, I mean, we did, I'm sure we had conversations.
Okay, I'm sorry. I keep cutting you off. I really apologize. All right, we had from April of 2015, we had a board minutes up. And in that board minute, there was a committee form that included Nate, Mike, and you to come up with some method of so you can present to the board of dividing up these rebates from embassy. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. Were you here when that was up? Do you want me to show it to you again?
And I haven't been paying attention all morning. I just stayed on in case I got called.
Well, that's okay. I certainly understand that. So let me see if I can figure this out again. We need board minutes from the next one. Okay. Can you see this? Because I've had a little difficulty pulling the right document up. Can you see the April 1st board minutes?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And down here, this is a little section called Embassy Group, Mike. Does that typically mean Mike gave the presentation?
Yes.
So down here under D2, it says Nate, Mike will be getting together with Linda, and that's, I'm assuming that would be you, to try and devise a way to fairly divvy up the rebates. Does this refresh your recollection at all?
Yes.
Okay, and the truth is, I think Mr. Deneen said you never actually did it. You never actually came together and got a method approved by the board on how to divvy up embassy groups. Exact question you wanted answered never got answered. What method do they want you to use? That you guys never made a recommendation and they never provided advice. Is that a fair statement?
I pulled some reports through AP and I provided some information on what it would look like if I did it through AP. I'm pretty sure I gave that to all the owners, but honestly, that was so long ago, I can't swear to any of that. I do know I put some work into it to see what it would look like. The accountant in me really wanted us to go the route of getting the information from the vendors because I believed in being as precise as I could. It's just the way I am. And the vendors had always provided it in the past. So I felt confident that they still could if we just knew the right person to reach out to. So that was what I pushed the whole time. I'll be honest, that was my number one choice, except for the small dollar amounts. Those didn't really matter. We had another group called Equity that was much, much smaller than Embassy. And a lot of those I did with the AP method because it was much, much smaller dollar amounts. So it didn't, I wasn't looking at $100,000 I might, give to the wrong person. I did put some work into it, but no, I don't believe any decision was ever really made.
And my real question, there was no doubt in my mind that you worked your tail off on this. My real question here is, this was a committee with you, Nate, and Mike. Did you, Nate, and Mike ever get together for the purpose of coming up with a formula?
I know we had discussions. Most of it was, over the phone or through emails, but, I presented what I had done, the numbers I had, but I mean, it's not like we had formal meetings or, really dug into it. No.
I'm getting the impression that the committee meeting was you doing work and then sharing it with them.
That was pretty much my entire employment there with all of them. So,
Okay, including this committee that was supposed to be formed. And okay. Ms. Prater, thank you very much. That's all questions I have.
May I ask a few more questions, Your Honor?
Certainly, go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Prater, were there ever verbal discussions of what the rebate plans might be?
I mean, as far as distributing the rebates,
Yes.
there were a lot of verbal discussions. We always came back to, I think everybody really preferred to get the information from the vendors so that it was as accurate, especially with large dollar amounts in play. I just felt like, again, sometimes it got put on the back burner and wasn't as high of a priority as it could have been to actually reach out and do that. But I felt from all the ownership that was the preferred way to do it. And that's why I didn't move ahead and try to do it in any other way.
Okay, with regard to management fees, were those associated with the previous month's efforts?
The sales, the very beginning of each month, I used the sales from the previous month. So on that report, if you see where it says June, that was actually June's sales. But that report would have been published the beginning of July.
I see. Were the management fees ever much larger than the actual cost to perform the work that those management fees were to cover?
Yes, every year we had an excess at the end of the year. My directive, I would meet with Bond in the beginning of December, providing them with preliminary financial statements for Michigan Pipe Company. They'd look over them, we'd discuss it. I'd have to forecast what expenses were going to be paid in December. And then we'd look at it, it'd go back to the ownership. They'd look at it. Sometimes they'd tell me, there were things that I had wanted over the year, supplies we needed, equipment, something like that. Sometimes they'd tell me I could use some of the overage to go ahead and make those purchases and make them before the end of December. And then anything that was left over $50,000, I spent December 31st every year returning that money to the 5 different Michigan pipes so that it would bring Michigan Pipe Company down to approximately $50,000.
And was that the practice long-term while you were there each year?
Yes.
All right. And so a second quarter with $100,000+ management fee would indicate a very strong second quarter for that Michigan Pipe and Valve Company. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That's, I believe, somewhere over $8 million that quarter. Would that correlate?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And what was the purpose of the sliding scale that we referenced here?
I was not involved in the beginning. I don't even think I was at the board meeting where they originally discussed it. But from what it was explained to me, it was believed that as sales went up that much, the expense to manage that amount of sales did not go up in an equal amount. So us handling the bookkeeping for 8 million in sales was not that much more than what it would have been for the 5 million. So we ended up with, you know, the larger locations paying a much higher portion of the management fees just based on their sales, even though we weren't necessarily giving them more time in that corporate office to do their work.
Thank you, Ms. Prater.
You're welcome.
No further questions, Chair.
All right, may this witness be excused, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Prater. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Our next witness is Nathan Bullwinkle.
All right. Here he comes.
It's a long walk down a short hall.
Sir, would you raise your right hand, please? You do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Please state your full name.
My name is Nathan Jeffrey Vowinkle, V as in Victor, Ohwinkle.
Go ahead, Mr. McCann.
Yes, Mr. Bullwinkle, can you start by telling me your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science Physiology with Michigan State University, and that's it.
And your employment history?
For what time period?
Going back the past 15 years.
Okay, so prior to Michigan Pipe and Valve, I was building commercial buildings in union carpentry. And then I started with Michigan Pipe and Valve May of 2006 and worked there until I sold the company that I moved my way up into to Ferguson Enterprises June 27th of 2016.
Okay. Going back to 2014, what was your relationship with MPV Lansing?
In 2014, at that time I would have been operations manager and it started the accumulation of stock to purchase the company.
Okay. And at what point did you actually purchase the company?
We executed the sale in the beginning of 2015.
And at that point, you became what in relationship to the company?
So I would have been at the beginning of 2015. I became the president and sole stockholder of Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing Inc.
And what was your relationship with Michigan Pipe Company?
Throughout my career there, or more notably a certain era?
Well, as you started into it and continued with them, what kind of relationship did Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing have with Michigan Pipe Company?
Okay, so initially, prior to share ownership, Gary had sought permission to have me start to attend the board meetings to kind of develop a feel for the operations and a feel for how the organization ran. So I would regularly attend the board meetings. And then as my position within the company, i.e. Operations manager, got more familiar with the operations, continued to expand, my vocal role with Michigan Pipe Company, expanded with that knowledge of the industry as well.
And did you become a stockholder in Michigan Pipe Company?
I did. I would have been a 20% shareholder of Michigan Pipe Company when I became the sole shareholder for Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing.
And what were the functions of Michigan Pipe Company?
Michigan Pipe Company they were paid to handle the administrative, the bookkeeping, the insurances, the taxes, bank reconciliations, really sort of the administrative aspect of our business.
And how many stockholders were there?
There were 5.
And which were the 5 stockholders?
So myself, Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing, Michigan Pipe and Valve Jackson, which I think could be called Michigan Pipe Inc. if you were to look at the shareholders, Michigan Pipe and Valve Saginaw, Michigan Pipe and Valve Flint, and Michigan Pipe and Valve Traverse City.
Did you guys at Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing sell pipe to particular contractors?
We did. We had a fairly large contractor base.
And how did those sales operate?
We would go out, quote the material, find the customer, quote the material, land the contract, order the material, receive the material into our location, ship the material to the job site, and then, take care of them as far as service that job up until the end of it.
Did Michigan Pipe Company have anything to do with the purchase or sale of pipe?
No, they did not.
What was your relationship to the other pipe and valve stockholders of Michigan Pipe Company?
We had a really good relationship. We would be considered second generation owners, right? There were, if we remember all the way back from this morning, Gary used the phrase the 3 amigos, and that was kind of the guys that started it. And the wave of younger owners had come in and started to assume ownership roles in those locations. So we kind of grew up together as that, facilitated that bond, I guess you would say, as the second generation owners. So, up until June, it was a very good working relationship.
Okay.
Sorry, of 16.
With regard to a particular contractor or vendor, who negotiated the selling price for a project?
Well, a couple of different fronts. We were always responsible for negotiating our own pricing structure in order to secure a job. Where I land a job at $1 a foot for the pipe. Michigan Pipe and Valve Flint may have had a larger order. They may have gotten it for 90 cents. They kind of negotiated it per their market, but it was our responsibility in our entity to control our bottom line and really hyper focus on how well we were purchasing materials for our projects.
And just with reference to vendors, for example, who negotiated the rebates with U.S. Pipe?
So the rebates were negotiated as a group. We would have board meetings where we all would talk about, we call them, we call it like the year-end rebates or, payment terms. I haven't heard that very often today, but negotiating payment terms with vendor. We did that as a group, and we really relied on each other's vendor strength. So different parts of Michigan had larger requirements for certain vendors. We've used a lot of U.S. Pipe talk today. That was really a big Detroit specification. Mike Deneen kind of held the larger sales with U.S. Pipe. If we go up into the Saginaw region, they had larger sales with plastic pipe. So we would talk amongst ourselves to make sure that really we're all buying really kind of in the same realm. And then in our board meetings, as the vendors came in, we would utilize all that information and then kind of present how we would like our payment terms and rebate strategy to be with them.
Prior to 2015, how many types of rebates were there?
The two.
The
Yeah.
two being which?
Sorry, we had annual rebates, and then we had quarterly rebates, but we also had discounts, which were taken right as purchases were made.
Would the purchase price for a particular construction project vary?
Absolutely. So we were dealing with commodities. I may have been awarded a project that had a 2-year duration, where I would have to either protect my pricing structure, buy my material then, and sit on it and wait for my contractor to install it the following year, kind of hedge my bets on economic factors. The proximity of the material, either to my yard or to from the plant, would factor in on the pricing structure. So it was a constant negotiation of really, we would secure a project and then really start to work with our vendors individually to make sure that we were, taking care of our bottom line as best we could. And I think, to interject a little bit further on that, on a really large project, we would be up against what we would call a big box store, an HD Supply, Home Depot Supply. And they obviously had aggressive pricing structures that they would try to squash us with. So we would then, as owners, if I were negotiating a large project, a $500,000 or $600,000 job, I would know that if I go aggressively to compete with my competitors, that I've got X amount of dollars coming back per the standard rebate structure and payment terms that I could get from the vendors I would work with on that large project. So it was really me concentrating the efforts to make sure that my bottom line was really, lowered or bettered on every project.
So you might choose a project based on the fact that you're counting on a rebate to come back to you in order to secure that project.
Yeah, we walked from several. If we got into a competitive territory where we felt our competition really wanted it, if I was in Grand Rapids and a competitor was right by his location, he would go out very aggressively. So I would have to weigh, is it worth it if I get an additional $30,000 at the end of the year? Shall I be as competitive? And there were plenty of instances where I walked from orders and simply let another supply house take them, knowing that, fiduciarily, it didn't make sense for me to take that project.
Okay. Who handled the decision-making for Michigan Pipe Company?
We did as a board.
And who constituted the board of directors?
So each entity had one vote as the board of directors. So there were 5 particular votes. There could be multiple owners for that entity. Saginaw usually had several representatives. Traverse City did. Actually, we all had multiple representatives, but we were really only given one vote for that decision.
Did Pipe Company, did the board have any say in how each Michigan Pipe and Valve company operated?
They did not, no. It was really, if Mike wanted to be aggressive, Mike Deneen wanted to be aggressive a majority of the time with his work. That was his prerogative. I picked and chose my battles. Saginaw, we all kind of, we maintained our own sales quotas, our sales growth, and profit margin.
In 2014 and 2015, were the board members approached by Embassy Group Limited about joining their organization?
They were. It started off. There was an age-old gentleman in the industry that was, preceded my time, but was still within it. Was a manufacturer's representative. He approached Mike Nadine, I believe, and mentioned, hey, there's a buying group that's kind of evolving. I think you guys would fit it well. He didn't know a lot of the particulars about it. He just knew that it was a waterworks focused buying group that we should entertain. So upon learning that, Justin may have been involved in that combo, but upon learning that, Mike came back to the group and asked if it was something we thought we should explore. We all, certainly said yes, as it was probably a way for us to buy better. So he and Justin Jaime flew to Chicago to kind of get a more in-depth perspective on what this buying group would offer us.
Was Michigan Pipe Company eligible to be a member of Embassy Group Limited?
No, that was it. And at the time, Embassy themselves, this would be no surprise to the judge. We're probably one of the most unique individual corporations that you could try to, put together and smash up to make one whole. So outside looking in, as a national buying group, we looked like Michigan Pipe and Valve, and that's how they knew us. That's what all of our marketing was. We were Michigan Pipe and Valve. So it was a learned thing from him to realize these are actually individual entities, call themselves the same name, but use that same name reference in order to make themselves look larger to their vendors, right? So when he learned that, and we learned a little more about what the parameters of Embassy Group were, we realized that Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing and Michigan Pipe and Valve Flint would have been the only two individual entities that could have met the requirements that Embassy needed.
Okay, and so, but Michigan Pipe, because it didn't sell pipe, was ineligible on its own. Correct.
Michigan Pipe Company wasn't approached by Embassy Group. Michigan Pipe and Valve was approached by Embassy Group. They didn't know that a Michigan Pipe Company existed at that particular time. It was, like I said, in all of our association meetings and stuff, we were Michigan Pipe and Valve that were being represented at, let's call it WASDA, the Water and Sewer Distributors of America. That's how all the pamphlets read. So Embassy wouldn't have known what Michigan Pipe Company was. It was us trying to be creative to say, not really fair for Mike and I to jump on board, kind of a bad move. And is there a way to incorporate the whole team?
And did you come up with a way to incorporate the whole team?
We did. We did since, excuse me, I just have to get a drink. Hang on. I'm sorry. So since we had an administrative group that was handling the accounts payables and the accounts receivables, we realized that would be a means and method for us to, combine the group into one name, and then therefore meeting the qualifications that Embassy Group set forth. So we would then look like a supply house of $40 million versus, I think at the time I was maybe 16 million or 15 million, and Mike was 12 or so. And individually, we looked like a much larger organization. So it was much more appealing to Embassy Group to have us be a part.
And what was Embassy Group's response to that?
They welcomed it with open arms. It was certainly, as an independent house in the state of Michigan, we were very respected. We were very large. And so to have that sort of footprint in Michigan, they were very excited about it. So they welcomed our idea with open arms.
And how many types of rebates were offered with Embassy Group?
They had 4. So
for those,
they had the annual rebate. They had a quarterly rebate, and then they also had the silent rebate and then the bogey rebate.
And how did Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing, for example, receive their rebates from Embassy Group?
Well, due to the nature that we set it up, with Michigan Pipe being Michigan Pipe Company, being the proxy for our entity, the check would be received into Michigan Pipe Company, and then we would take as either a portion of our sales or the determined figure that the vendor would supply. We would take our appropriate funds through ACH.
And Who signed the agreement with Embassy Group?
Mike Deneen signed the agreement after the board as a group determined the agreement was what we wanted to interject ourselves into, and B, we it came up with the structure of how Pipeco was going to operate that for us.
And when did Embassy pay the rebates that were to be distributed to each of you, each of the MPVs?
Well, so they paid them quarterly, and then they paid them annually, and then again at the end of the year they would do the bogey rebate and the silent rebate.
So were some of the rebates paid during 2015?
Yeah, they were. We would have had the first let's see, there would have been some quarterly rebate and then some annual rebates that actually would have come in 2016.
And those rebates obviously had to be calculated so they could be dispersed to the various Michigan Pipe and Valve companies, correct?
Correct, yeah. It was always easier to handle the quarterly rebates because you're really only referencing 3 months worth of activity as opposed to calculating everything from a 12-month basis.
Can you tell me how the bogey and silent rebates were paid by Embassy?
So Embassy Group had tiered levels of involvement. Its purpose was to, if I were a part of Embassy, let me start over a second. Embassy Group had tiered levels of rebate structure that they would entice vendors with on a regular basis. If I were Embassy, and I would say, if I can guarantee you $100 million in sales because of the people that are part of our organization, you'll give us this. If we hit 105, that surplus would then be reappropriated out to the members of Embassy for an additional bogey, right? Bogey being one additional, I'm assuming, but that'd be the rebate that would come out at the end of the year as it related to the previous year's sales.
And when was a rebate from a vendor earned?
Well, the rebate from a vendor was earned the day that we paid the invoice for the material that we intended to purchase.
And prior to 2015, to whom did vendors direct their payments?
There were varying ways that Michigan Pipe and Valve as a group received our vendor rebates. Some of the organizations would get it directly. I know Linda was discussing Royal Pipe used to come directly to my location. I would get the check in from Royal Pipe. I would redistribute it immediately out to the rest of the group through Michigan Pipe Co. Calculating what everybody else was owed. Some vendors would put a credit on our account, and we would work that off. In the start of the following year, we'd work the credit off as a means of buying, enticing us to buy more through them, things like that. But or some would come into Pipe Co. with a breakdown, and then Pipe Co. would immediately disperse it to the rest of us.
Did Pipe Company have signing privileges on Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing's checking account?
Michigan Pipe Company did not. I had given Linda Prater had been given access to sign my check runs as a means of, trying to streamline my operation.
And did Michigan Pipe Company or Linda prepare checks for your MPV? And if so, what happened to them after they were prepared?
She did. So when I first started with MPV, it was kind of a big deal when the owners would get their big check run that would get slapped down on the desk, and they would take a Friday and they would sign everything and it would be mailed off. But really, we were a small organization that ran very lean. So I was trying to sell hydrants and valves and keep my customers going and keep my employees operating. So as a means of saving time on my behalf, I employed or had Linda sign the check runs instead of me doing them myself.
Did you receive for MPV Lansing all of your rebates for 2015 from Embassy?
No, I did not.
Which ones were missing, if you know?
I believe,
Hadn't been paid yet.
yeah, some of the annual rebates that were still being calculated. I believe a small portion. There was kind of a mix. So, you know, as Linda stated, some were distributed as the breakdown came in, but there were still a group of rebates that had not been distributed.
How did Embassy Group pay the Michigan Pipe and Valves through Michigan Pipe Company their rebates?
Embassy Group issued a check to Michigan Pipe Company that was deposited, and then Michigan Pipe into the Michigan Pipe and Valve checking account, and then they were distributed to the specific entities, you know, as the dollar amounts were determined.
And how did you know how much of that check was due to each Michigan Pipe and Valve?
Typically, they would come with a breakdown. We would ask for a breakdown, or the smaller amounts, we would use the accounts payable reference. If I bought 60% of the material that quarter or that year from that vendor, we would assume that 60% of that rebate would be mine due to me paying a larger amount for it. It was just a little less accurate.
And how did Embassy Group calculate its bogey rebates, if you know?
So they calculated their bogey rebates based on additional sales above a threshold that they determined at the beginning of the year through their vendor negotiations. And so if we, as an industry, as a country, surpassed that dollar amount, a certain bogey would be obtained or achieved, and then they sent us that bogey amount based on the percentage of how our sales were to that vendor for the year.
Do you know if Michigan Pipe Company received bogey and silent rebates to be distributed to the MPVs for 2016 sales?
Yes, they did for 2016 sales. Yes.
They had those to distribute.
Yeah, we all had sales that attributed to the bogey and silent rebates. Mike and I up through the end of June in 16, and then the rest of the organization through the rest of the year. So Embassy had a calculation, through December 31st of 16, kind of what the total Michigan Pipe and Valve sales were as it pertained to the organizations that were giving bogey rebates. So then they were able to calculate a bogey rebate versus our sales totals.
Do you know what happened to those bogey and silent rebates?
But I know that they were given from the Embassy Group to Michigan Pipe and Michigan Pipe Company. I believe some of them may have been distributed out at a later date, not to Mike and Ida.
In June of 2016, did Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing reach an agreement with Ferguson Enterprise to sell your assets?
We did. The actual agreement with Ferguson wasn't completed until June 27th of 2016. So I had an agreement in place, or a potential sale in place, but there were very, very last minute dealings that, had the inventory count not been right, had they not wanted to pay me for a certain amount of my receivables on my book, there were a number of different factors that at any particular point in time I could have called the sale off up until June 27th of 2016.
And at that point, I understand you had a non-disclosure agreement. Were you relieved from that agreement?
We were actually relieved a little earlier than that because obviously word was going to get out that the sale was taking place. But we did owe it to the organization that we belong to, that to let them know that we were going to sell our entity, our own entity, to a different firm. So we had asked permission if it was okay to let the word be known that we had intended. I can't say sell, that we had sold our assets, because we had intended to sell our assets and had June 27th come along for me, and I didn't feel the dollar amount was representative of all of the things that they were going to buy from me. If they didn't equal themselves, I could have pulled out. So we were intending to sell at that point when we told them.
And what happened after you, who did you tell?
Well, word got out over the weekend, and we had intended to tell the board Monday in May. I can't remember the exact over the weekend timeframe, but we had intended to tell everyone else. Mike Deneen had a conversation with Mike Kovich, which was his former partner at the time, but still worked with Mike. And Mike then decided that he wanted to tell everybody on his own. So it kind of got out a little squirrelier than what we had anticipated. But, when we told them, it was a, it was a 911 dial, right? It was an emergency. What are we going to do situation.
And were your embassy group vendor rebates payable at the time you left?
Were they payable to me?
Yep. Were they earned?
Oh yeah, they were certainly earned. So I've heard discussion of when the rebates are paid for. I'm sorry, when the material is paid for, the rebates are earned. And one of the major stipulations of the sale were I had to be removed of every single lien that I had owed to anybody prior to them. So before June 27th of 2016, every single vendor had to be paid down to zero with respect to what I owed. So at that particular point, I would have paid for every nut, bolt, and valve that I was responsible or on the hook for at that time.
And do you know if that was the same for Michigan Pipe and Valve, Flint, and their sale to Ferguson Enterprises?
It certainly was. We had bank covenants that we relied on our inventory as a means of borrowing. So our bank covenants had to be paid, and lien holders had to be paid off because Ferguson wanted a clean break from, bringing in their financials.
In your mind at that point, was there any dispute with reference to Michigan Pipe as to whether you were to receive your company's rebates?
No. The conversation after conversation was had as it pertained to our rebates, and as I stated earlier, we relied on that money to really positively affect our bottom line on an annual basis. And so, for me, just being how I am, those numbers always stuck in my head. And so I knew with some degree of certainty that there was a certain amount of money that would be due to me for my efforts all the way up until the point of leaving, which those sales were still contributions to the whole organization's numbers, really. So there was never a doubt. I'm sorry.
And did you wind up closing and selling your assets to Ferguson Enterprises?
So yes, we did. June 27th, 2016, the sale became official.
You had indicated earlier that Michigan Pipe was just a proxy for each of the Michigan Pipe and Valve so that they could all join Embassy Group and share in the higher rebates. At any time from the inception in January 2015 until your assets to Ferguson in 2016, was your relationship with Michigan Pipe, a pipe company, anything but employer, employee, or agent and principal?
Say that one more time. Wait, I'm sorry.
Your relationship with Michigan Pipe Company, was it anything other than employer, employee, or agent and principal?
Up until that time, well, I was a board member. I had a 20% stake in Michigan Pipe Company. I had one vote on the board. I had, so I would say at that particular point in time, I was slightly above just an employer-employee relationship with Michigan Pipe Company.
All right. Did you expect to have an accounting of the rebates to which you thought your company was entitled for Michigan Pipe Company?
Yeah, absolutely. We were given a cease and desist order, essentially preventing us from going back down to Pipeco at all. This was this was an entity. I'm just trying to make sure I phrase it right. Michigan Pipe Company was a part of us, right? And so we were denied access for everything. Yeah.
So you were unable to compute your rebates yourself, based on the fact that you say you were locked out of the company, right?
Yeah, we weren't just locked out of the company. We were actually a cease and desist order to not step foot on the premises, to even get a copy of. So, being the administrative company for Michigan Pipe and Valve, they handled all of our books, and they had record of all of our stuff, so that we didn't have dual bookkeeping at my location. So there were all of our year-end accounting bankers boxes. We had the software that they utilized to calculate all of our books for everything. The ladies themselves, with their intimate knowledge of how our operation ran, the copies of invoices to and from our vendors, checks, everything that was a piece of paper that had to do with money was at Michigan Pipe Company for us, and that was our agreement with them. And so for me, I had to rely on that as my sole means of determining what was owed to me, because I couldn't walk in there anymore like I had for the past 10 years and, gotten any information that I wanted. And so it became very difficult at that point for us to stay cordial, although we did, but it became difficult for us because everything that we had needed access to was essentially locked up from us.
And did you finally gain access to any information to help you calculate what the rebates should have been?
So they had taken time and they had taken time and gathered bankers boxes of our information. This would have been quite some time post sale. Gathered it up on a pallet. And told us to come down and get it. So I sent the truck drivers down to grab it. Bless you, sir.
Thank you.
I sent the truck down to get it. Came back. It was, again, in no rhyme or reason to me, right? I didn't understand exactly what the classification or the how they organized the bankers boxes. It was mounds and 7 years of paperwork. $20 million or $15 million a year in sales, and a pile, right? We received that a few months afterwards, but up until that time, we were still in constant discussion with, obviously trying to settle up that final score.
And did you, in December of 2016, did you receive a letter that was addressed to Tom Basil by Christina Heap, a Michigan Pipe Company accountant, together with a check and release?
We did. So it came to us. We had multiple email discussions, verbal conversations with Justin at the time. And then we received a letter. And like I said, it was fairly knowledgeable on what my rebates and costs were for my organization. And we had told them that if this was the dollar amount, we would be willing to pay whatever that dollar amount was. And there were still some other items that, we were negotiating as well, or discussing. I can't strike negotiating. We had never gotten to a negotiation point. We were telling them that there were other items on the docket that needed to be handled. But we got an offer that we thought was significantly lower than what we anticipated. And we had asked if we could then see how that was calculated and accept it at that time if it was proper.
And you asked them if you could review the books and see if it was accurate, right?
We did, but we certainly asked them if we could see the books. We thought that was very important. We felt that we could have an expert come in to take a look at the books to verify what we were claiming. But we also understood that this had a letter that was removing my ability to get further funds from the organization. And if the way business had been conducted for the last 20 years, I knew that in 17, I would have monies coming in that pertained to my 2016 efforts. And so I felt that although it said, we reserve the right to not give you any further, if we pull that letter up, we could show it exactly. But essentially removing my ability to ask for more money after 2006, after I cashed that check. So that was one of the first red flags to me that indicated it was probably much lower than what it should be.
And did there come a point when you received through discovery from Bond and Company information that helped you to come to some conclusion about what your actual rebates should be?
We did, yeah. We had asked multiple times for the information to allow us to calculate what our anticipated rebate or funds were that were still owed to us. And we got mounds and mounds of paperwork that typically amounted to not very much. And so as we're sorting through all of that, we decided Tina Heap may be able to offer us a little more insight. And so we subpoenaed Tina Heap to get the information that she had as it pertained to the rebates and what she knew about them. And that's when we finally found the document that was sent to her so that she could help calculate the taxes because of some funds that were in a bank account. And so we then had a benchmark to understand, a basis of where our money was sitting.
And did you wind up preparing some documents that would help you to show the way those rebates should have been properly calculated?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 20, page 6? I feel like Mr. Miller here right now. And do you recognize that document, Mr. Bowinkle?
Yes, I do.
And that was provided by whom?
According to Tina Heap, that document was given to her by Justin Jaime as a means of calculating the excess funds and being able to tout the excess funds that were in the checking account so that she could prepare the taxes for Michigan Pipe Company.
That 200,
Council,
yes,
Council, several times this has been referred to as page number 6. I've got some handwritten page numbers in the upper right-hand corner of the one that's in my bench book, or my, the bound exhibits that you and Mr. Miller supplied, and mine says 5 at the top.
If I may.
He didn't number the first page. He
Yeah.
did not number the letter. So
Oh, I gotcha.
I think it's off one number. Sorry, Judge.
Yeah.
It was confusing to me. Now, thank you. I'm glad I asked. Confusion has now been resolved. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you, Mr. Volwinkle, that representation there are those the 5 different companies, Flint, Jackson, Lansing, Saginaw, and Traverse City, the different Michigan pipe and valve companies?
They are, yeah, at the top of the page, correct.
And it appears to represent fourth quarter 2015, first quarter 2016, and second quarter 2016.
That would be correct, as they related to some of the additional embassy rebates and such.
Those are some of the rebates, correct?
Yeah, we had taken some rebates, as they came in prior, but this was the calculation of what was remaining.
And the $248,262.13 is a part of your rebates, correct?
Correct.
That minus 103 written next to it, 817.03. It says Tom has, and there's an arrow pointing down. Do you know what that represents?
So those numbers directly tie out to the check amount that was offered to us at the middle of the fourth quarter in 2016. So you can see why I had some reservations on that actual dollar amount versus what I had kind of in my head, quasi-calculated my rebate total should be based on. If we remember right, we decided to join Embassy because they were going to elevate our rebate status from our previous year's purchases. And if history proves anything, I was able to remember, from a percentage standpoint about how my rebate should have come in versus my sales. So I had a benchmark, but
so that 103,817.03 was the check that was written out to you and sent to you in December of 2016.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. So I think we could call it the take it or leave it check, which
Right.
essentially waived my rights to go after any further money in the future.
And scrolling down on this page a little bit under Lansing, what are those numbers? There's additional numbers added here.
So we've got the first number would be the carry down that they use, but we can't use that. That's already had the $103,000 removed from it, so irrelevant to the total overall because I never cashed that check. But the $22,918.93 would have been the calculated second quarter rebate from East Jordan Iron Works.
That's quarter 2, East Jordan quarter 2.
Correct, which we wouldn't have received till the third quarter of 16, which I would have been gone by then.
And they're claiming an adjusted receivable of $117,702. Is that correct?
That's an accounts receivable, not adjusted.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So an accounts receivable of 117. We've seen that number. That number's been up a couple of times today on different exhibit, but that number also was part of the discussion that I had with Michigan Pipe Company or the board or Justin Jaime specifically as it related to squaring up. Yeah.
And the next number is what?
That's JM, the annual adjusted rebate of $1,325.93.
And management refund is the next number, I believe.
Again, that's, it kind of ties with the AR number. So as part of a different graphic or chart that has been calculated. But the final quote unquote additional funding would be the Fernco rebate for 50928.
Okay, and then this indicates on the bottom prepared by Justin, is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to bring up plaintiff's proposed exhibit number 39, the first page of that exhibit.
I am not finding it.
It's called Money's Owed. It's ours.
It's not, it wouldn't be scanned in. It would be just as an Excel spreadsheet on the computer or on the desktop.
It's on the desktop.
Your Honor, since I was the IT guru that was sent you the pages, I may have closed something out on my computer in the other room to not allow Mike to find it to throw it up on the screen. Can I?
If we all have a copy of it now, maybe we can go through it without pulling it up.
But we don't all have a copy.
Oh, you don't have a?
Never sent me a complete copy. They sent me 2 pages, not 3.
No, there were two emails, and there were two things on one of the emails.
One email, the first email had a single attachment. The second email had 2 attachments, Mr. Miller.
I only got 2.
Well, we'll try to pull it up then. So, Mr. Miller, would it be okay for Mr. Von Winkle to help us try and pull that up for the court? Thank you, Judge.
I've got a hard copy in front of me, but it looks like Mr. Miller's the one that needs to,
Yeah, let me go find out again and see if someone didn't print all the copies. May I be excused for a minute, Your Honor?
you may, in fact, I'm gonna dash back in chambers just briefly, so if anybody else needs a brief break, I'm gonna leave the record open.
Thank you, Judge.
needs to be earlier. I gotta sit down, Jim. Yeah. So has this just been a total learning curve for you, Your Honor, on, you know, the way you conducted everything, you know?
It certainly was at the beginning, but we've been doing it now since early April.
Yeah.
So I'm very accustomed to it now, and to be honest with you, I prefer it.
You know, that's the other, do you feel that's become, like a lot of these businesses that are working from home now, do you feel this has set a new precedent for how things should be tried in the country as a means of cost saving for, you know, government entities and such?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know, I know attorneys don't like it. Attorneys would rather be in the courtroom. I hear that from them all the time. But from my perspective, there's nothing lost. I can see witnesses as long as we have a good connection. And for a trial like this, with both attorneys living out of town, basically what you have to do is either spend a lot of time commuting back and forth, you know, every morning, or you rent a motel room and you stay here. I can imagine if I were able to conduct a trial from my office as opposed to pack everything up in several briefcases or banker boxes and cart them back and forth in and out of the courthouse. I would have liked it. I certainly, like I say, I prefer it as a judge.
Yeah.
And right now we really don't have a choice. But once all the restrictions are lifted, I intend to offer attorneys routinely and parties the ability to participate by Zoom.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Tough to get out of hand when they're sitting, you know, with the camera, you know, tough for the people in the courtroom to get out of hand too. You know, nobody's charging through a screen.
Yeah, well, and we don't normally have that. We don't have that problem, but the problem we do have is people speaking out of turn. Not for this kind of a trial. When I've got professionals, attorneys representing parties, that's not a problem typically.
Yeah.
But I do a lot of things where it's just the parties, and some of them just don't know how to restrain themselves. They are constantly interrupting the other party. And they're constantly interrupting me. Well, I have the ability to hit a mute button.
Right.
And of course you can unmute it. But I warn them, look, I've had it. I'm going to mute you, and I'm not going to unmute you till I'm ready to hear from you. And if you do it yourself and you interfere one more time, you're out of this hearing. We'll do the rest of it without you. So I really like that ability. Anyway, it looks like we're ready to proceed. Go ahead, counsel.
Wait.
You got to get Mr. McCann unmuted.
I guess
There we go.
I'm unmuted now. Okay, so this is plaintiff's proposed exhibit number 39. Can you identify this page that we're looking at, please, Mr. Vollwinkle?
I can. So this is the calculation that we've determined based on discovery and investigating certain aspects, certain exhibits that were given to us through subpoena to be determined to be the money that would be owed to us from Michigan Pipe Company.
And looking at Lansing, that number 248, 260, 213, where does that come from?
So this is where we can skip or not skip back much, but
That's
The
where
exhibit-
from page,
Yeah.
Exhibit 20, page 6, we just looked at. Is that correct? Where that
Correct.
number?
We went fairly extensively through Exhibit 20, page 6 or 5, as it's written on the top, for the first number, the second number, the third number. So 248, 26213, 22,918, 131593, and then
The second two numbers are additional rebate companies. Is that correct? East Jordan and
Yeah.
and
Those-
JM.
yeah, those were numbers that were in the center of that page, right column. And then we have to skip a couple lines, and then we see another reference, Exhibit 20, page 6, for the Fernco amount of $509.28.
Okay, so those were on the document that we just previously went through.
Correct.
Let me ask a couple questions here. I think I figured this out. The original amount is the embassy rebate.
Correct. So that was the original. Okay, what I've labeled as original amount, I guess more for my purposes, was the amount that was in that chart, chart that was sent over by Justin.
Right.
Yeah.
But this is derived from what you believe to be your share of the embassy rebate, with the exclusion of the bogey and the silent, perhaps.
Exactly.
All right, and then these other rebates, EJ, JM, those are from suppliers other than those that are part of the embassy group.
Correct. So not everyone we dealt with was exclusively a member of Embassy. So East Jordan Ironworks, obviously the Michigan company here, but they were their own non-embassy group for us. And then JM, a pipe company, and then Fernco, another Michigan company, we're all non-embassy members.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And so the bogey rebate, you have an explanation for, it looks like on Exhibit 25, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so do we need to go to, we should go to Exhibit 25.
Please. I'll show that, and then there's actually a subsequent page that came over in the PDF that breaks down the bogey with further exhibits explaining it as well. So kind of a double reference here.
Sorry, I gotta get it open. Give me a second.
There's, okay. All right, can you identify this exhibit for us, please?
I can. This was another document provided by Tina Heap through her the subpoenaed information that she sent over to us that shows the Michigan Pipe Company Embassy Group fourth quarter of 2016 totals with the bogey and silent rebates. So if you look in the kind of the fuzzy chart on the right, we weren't part of Embassy in the fourth quarter, so there's only Jackson, Saginaw, Traverse City, and then the discovery gets a little fuzzy, but so that's why there's no calculation for any rebates for us for fourth quarter 16. But the important column is the bogey SE that you see right in the center of the page. Totals $52,730.18. And then now if we remember from discussion, the bogey rebate was provided with a breakdown. The silent wasn't. So we can see that ADS participated for $42,000, Basco Shower, EGW, Fernco, which it looks like at that particular point, Fernco may have become a member of Embassy by then. But again, I don't know because I was removed from the buying group stuff. So anyways, down about middle of, you see this silent SE rebate of $12,605.28. And so that was the broken out rebate that was given as an additional super secret efforts rebate.
Oh, and that's down lower, the silent SE of 12,605.
Correct. Yeah. If you follow the rebate column straight down, you'll see it about just there's bogey, which ties out to the column up to the right of 52,730.18, and silent of 12,605.28.
Okay, and you say that on page 2 of plaintiff's proposed exhibit number 39, you have a breakdown, or is it page 3?
There's
Looks like page 2.
it's page 2, yeah. The third one is the management rebate. So it starts at the top left. The two words bogey rebate and silent rebate would be denoted in the top left of that page.
We'll bring that up.
Bogey one, right?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Volwinkle, can you identify this document for us, please?
Again, so we've got a couple of different items. The bogey rebate we just looked at on exhibit 25, 52,730.18. The silent rebate, 12,605.28, again on exhibit 25. So that's a combined year-end rebate total, additional rebate total of $65,335.46. Moving on from that, at the time of our departure, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. We have two different values that we need to talk about because the rebates for the silent rebate and the bogey rebate were actually based on the total year's sales. So the total sales for Michigan Pipe and Valve fiscal year 2016 were $383,481.95. That's a reference to bait stamp 804. So calculating myself as a percentage of those sales at the time I left, June 27th of 2016, I had accumulated $10,133,836.35 in sales per that exhibit 15, which I think we've seen previously today as well. So that gave me an overall fiscal year 2016 sales percentage total of 28.64%.
And that's denoted in the next line, in the next column.
The next column. And then if you'll see below that, let's go back up to Flint's calculation, the fiscal year sales of 4,121,843.93, which yielded them a percentage of total sales of 11.65% of Michigan Pipe and Valve's total sales for 16. So,
yeah.
Go ahead.
And I'm assuming that the percentage then is transferred down and you have the actual number, the actual percentage of rebate that you would be entitled to. Is that correct?
Correct. Consistent with discussions of splitting the bogey and silent monies up as a percentage of sales, that would yield $18,947.28 is 28.64% of the 65,000 and change. And then for Lansing, and then MPV Flint, 7,840.26.
Okay, now if we can go back to the original page 1 of this exhibit.
It may be worth noting that the calculations for Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing as well as Flint were done the same way. So I know we're kind of really identifying Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing per item, but we yielded the numbers, the exact same methods and means for Flint as well.
Right, and Flint's up top is 186,858.65, correct?
Correct.
And that's based on the percentage, the same
Calculations.
calculation that you used for bogey and silent rebates, along with the provided rebates that we had looked at in Exhibit 25, correct? Or Exhibit 20?
Correct.
With regard to, I think the next thing we need to look at are your bogey rebate, the 18,947.28 is transferred from the page 2 that we just went through, correct?
Correct, up to the center column there. Yeah, we need that page still up. You can leave that page still up, Mike.
Yeah, I still want that page though.
It's gone. Hold on. This is why I'm not in technology as a living.
Well, you're doing a lot better than I could. Which page is this now?
That's not the one we want. I'm sorry. Told you I'm having issues here. We want the device column. I apologize, Judge.
No problem.
Is it showing now?
No.
No.
There you go.
All right, so we, in looking at Flint's, their numbers were computed the same way you're testifying, and the percentage of bogey and silent rebates was calculated as their percentage for 6 months of what their earnings were compared to the total year's earnings of all the Michigan Pipe and Valve companies. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yep.
And then for Lansing, we've gone through most of this, but the management fees, I believe, are where we next need to go. They on the Exhibit 20, page 6, I believe there was something like, I'm not sure what that 117,000 represented, but can you tell me what the 20,261.78 represents?
Yeah, I can. As we stated before, management fees were simply a means of us paying for the services provided to our locations in the previous month. You know, we as an organization saw a lot of growth from 2010 until we sold. We were still growing, and the means by which the management fees were calculated, you know, they weren't. It just became slightly outdated and needed to be adjusted because we realized it wasn't a linear relationship between our growth and the amount of work necessary to process our growth. It was the actual sales were going up exponentially versus the amount of work. So management fees historically for 3 or 4 or 5 years that I was involved at a higher level with Pipeco and such, we had overages every month, and through discussions with the other owners, determined that we were giving Michigan Pipe Company a lot of our cash on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis that would better serve us to take our payments, pay our vendors sooner, to get rebates. You know, essentially helping the cash flow of our entities extensively. So I worked with Linda. Had discussions with Justin on how we were going to present a sliding scale that, you know, as we started to get bigger with our sales, that we would be able to then reduce some of our management fees to not have so much cash sitting at Michigan Pipe Company at the end of the year. So again, the premise of Pipeco was or the premise of the management fees were to pay for the expenses from the previous month's efforts to process my sales. So, 2016 started off as a monster year for me. I was 10 million in sales through June, and through the whole second quarter of an $8 million second quarter, which that quarter happened to be higher than some yards total year sales. I was throwing a monster amount of cash at Michigan Pipe Company to process. And if we looked at the actual payroll necessary and paperwork and all that stuff, there was a surplus of management fee money given by me to pay for those efforts. So in discussing when we were leaving, I had not disputed paying management fees. I had just talked about the management fees were exponentially higher than what they were for the work that was done. And that was really, I quit using Pipeco as a service June 27th of 2016. There was some overlap, and we talked about that, where I'd be willing to assist in some of the costs associated with Pipeco if they had to process late paperwork for me. But overall, there was still an extensive amount of money at the account. So
on this chart, you show that the management fee, that there's a return of management fees due to Michigan Pipe and Valve Flint of $25,875.66, and that you would owe actually $20,000. Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing would have owed $20,261.78. Is that correct?
That is correct. So,
and
yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so if we look at exhibit exhibit 23, please. Again, in discovery, we were given certain documents we asked for, certain documents we weren't given that we asked for, but some of them that we were able to create these from were directly given from Michigan Pipe Company. So exhibit 22 and 23 are both relevant in the next small conversation. We have a detailed income statement for Michigan Pipe Company ending the first 6 months of June 30th, 2016. And page 4 at that particular time shows an operating deficit year-to-date actual of $12,427.82. That is slightly off because Pipeco mandated that Michigan Pipe and Valve Flint pay their.
Let me interrupt you for a second. That operating deficit of $12,427.82, that's on June 30th of 2016. After you said you left on June 27th, right?
Correct. So
that was the operating deficit that they are showing here on this.
Again, Your Honor, who's testifying? Mr. McCann or Mr. Bowinkle?
I'm just trying to.
I thought it was a clarifying question, but it's clear that Mr. Deneen understands these numbers.
Bowinkle.
I'm sorry. It says Deneen on the screen, and
I get you. It's late.
I understand them as well.
Yeah. So I'll slow down and restart. This is showing the operational deficit of Michigan Pipe Company through the first 6 months ending June 30 of 2016. Again, it's our function as entities that hire Pipeco or pay Pipeco's operating expenses that we keep the deficit to a whole. So I wanted to make sure that I could grasp how Pipeco was doing at the end of the time that I was leaving Michigan Pipe Company and Michigan Pipe and Valve Lansing. So the operating deficit at this particular point in time was $12,427.82. If I show you Exhibit 22, page 1, it was asked of Mike Deneen to pay his his management fees earlier than normal under the circumstances. So if I look at this income statement, which is Michigan Pipe Company, compared with what for the first 6 months ending June 30th, the sticker is over it, but it's 2016. You can see that of management fee payments, Flint paid earlier than everyone else since our second quarter management fees weren't due until the first week of the third quarter. So because Mike wasn't going to be around in July, it was asked to pay his man. So that's actually understating the deficit of Pipeco by that amount of money. So if you go to the Pipeco deficit sheet now with these numbers in mind, I can explain the thought process.
That is page 3 of our proposed exhibit number 39. Is that the page you want to see?
That's correct. Upper left corner starts Pipeco deficit.
Yes.
Documents here. Management fee return, is that the one?
Yes.
It's not up yet, but if everybody has it in front of them, until it gets thrown up, we can move forward. The $12,427.82 was shown as the deficit, but again, that deficit is reflected with money paid by Michigan Pipe and Valve Flint earlier than normal. So we need to actually back that out to show the actual Pipeco operating deficit of $46,577.51. So, as I stated, the calculation for this particular sales would be actually a percentage of the sales in the first 6 months of Michigan Pipe and Valve's sales cycle. So, Lansing, as a means of calculating my management fees, I had sales of $10,133,836.35, or 43.67% of the sales of the entire organization. So I wanted to accept 43.67% of that deficit, as I felt that was paying for the money that for the services that Michigan Pipe Company provided me through that second quarter. I was charged $100,303.31. And again, no one had ever had a $8 million, that I can remember, $8 million quarter. So we knew that the management fees were exorbitantly high versus the amount of work that was necessary to complete it. So that's why in my calculation sheet, I have a percent would be owed on the deficit of Pipeco. And if you see Flint had paid $34,149, but using the same calculation, I see Flint should have paid $8,274.03 to get Pipeco's operating deficit back to zero, as related to their sales. So if Your Honor and Miller, if we can move forward, Matt, or Wade, I'm not sure what.
What do you want? I'm
I
sorry.
understand. I understand the explanation.
Okay. That was the last line of information on the calculation sheet that explains all of the dollar amounts to total up the total.
And Your Honor, at this point, I would move for admission of plaintiff's proposed exhibit number 39.
Your Honor will object. But I wonder if you could remove the document so that I can see everyone again. There you go. Your Honor, I object to this exhibit on several grounds. One, it's hearsay. And with that being said, neither Mike Deneen nor Mr. Bronco created the numbers. Now I had my objection overruled earlier, but what they're doing is they're taking a summary sheet that was created during the time period. It's undated when we were trying to resolve this case. And they're using that as the numbers. Now, we've had much testimony today about how difficult it was to come up with numbers. I was particularly offended by Mr. McCann's line of questioning to infer that we refuse to provide this information. Quite the contrary, Your Honor. There has been a plethora of information, and they pick and choose the one that they want to use that benefits them the best. Actually, there is a summary that Justin Jaime prepared in 2018. That was the subject of court hearings because it was redacted, but it had the best information Justin Jaime had, including bogeys, regarding the separation. If we're liable, how much would we have to pay? And that's one that's it's date stamp 810, and we had court hearings about it. They all were aware of it, but yet they're pretending that we didn't give them the information. To have them just go and pick out an undated summary that was connection with a check with the release of all claims to settle the case, and then put that on another piece of paper and come up with a formula that has no basis yet. In fact, there's no testimony from anybody who was competent regarding the expenses. There was a test. There is multiple testimony that the management fees were actually an agreement amongst the shareholders to pay. It was a debt of the shareholders. And so I don't think these documents are help the court evidentiary. They're just regurgitating information taken from select documents and then spun to benefit a position. Now, it might be interesting for a closing argument, but these are not competent evidence. They have not established that they're anything other than just copying and spinning the information taken from select documents. I do not believe they should be admitted as evidence in this case because they're not evidence. They're nothing more than argument.
And Judge,
All right, thank you. There's no need to respond, Mr.
Okay.
McCann. I believe a proper evidentiary basis has been made. All of the figures in proposed Exhibit 39 have been demonstrated to come from exhibits that the parties have already admitted into evidence by stipulation.
I object
and
to
simply,
Your Honor. I'm sorry.
there was an objection to the particular exhibit that had the one calculation in it of the funds and the check that was being offered. But that same information is in another exhibit that's already been admitted by stipulation. So irrespective of how I would have ruled on that, and I stand by my ruling, the same information that's in that exhibit is in another exhibit that has been admitted into evidence. So I'm overruling objection. I'm admitting Exhibit 39.
thank you, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness.
All right, I think this is probably a good time to break for the day. Tomorrow at 1:30, does that work for everyone?
Yeah, that's fine, Judge. I'm pretty sure I'll be finished with my exam by that time.
If you're held up, just let us know, and zoom in whenever you're able to.
I'll do that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I will give you a little heads up. I've got a couple of front of the court show causes at 3 o'clock. Typically, those go pretty quickly. We'll just pause in this action so that I can address that. And I'm assuming we're not going to be able to finish in tomorrow afternoon. How do your schedules look for Friday morning?
Your Honor, after our pretrial, you had ordered us to keep it clean, so mine's open.
I'm open Friday as well, Your Honor.
All right, well,
I say
Friday
one thing,
morning,
Tim Bruger was subpoenaed by the plaintiffs, and he's here, but he has a medical issue, and he has to leave Friday afternoon. So I just wanted to put that out there for scheduling for Mr. McCann.
Thank you.
so we'll need to do him then on Thursday afternoon?
Or Friday morning.
All right, just so everybody knows, I'm not available Friday afternoon. I've got
Okay,
several
well,
things going
that solves the
on.
problem.
Okay. And then we'll figure out Friday morning where to pick up. I've got a few breaks in my schedule next week, and we'll just do our best to squeeze you in when we can.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. You too.